ambassadors, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice President of Timiș Council, Mr. State Secretary Foreign Affairs, Mr. Timișoara7th, and President of New Strategy Center, Ionel Nițu, Your Excellency, State Secretary Simona Cojocaru, distinguished guests, dear all. Please allow me to say a warm welcome you in Timișoara, who is, everybody knows, this year, European Capital of the Culture, at the West University of Timișoara, and of course, here in at 7th edition at this very important conference. It's a tradition for Timișoara to organize this conference, Security Challenge in the Balkans, and the question is why? Because Romania is the eastest country from the west. Timișoara is westest city by the eastest country from the west. And the main word is the west. And of course, the name of our university is the West University of Timișoara. Here in Timișoara, we are looking for the west. Of course, in this global world and with many crises, the question is, what role have universities? Beyond the good quality of research, good quality of academic program and teaching and preparing for the students, a university have a very important role in Agora. University have to be a space of debate. A university without walls, a space where the ideas came and so many times are going back in society like solution. That's why we do here at the West University of Timișoara. And together with New Strategy Centers, in this very important conference, with very important personalities, with the brilliant minds present here, we're debating and try to find solution for our life. That's why I said in this very important year, 2023, when Timișoara is the European Capital of the Culture, and have a very important program. West University of Timișoara have their own program in the big picture. Our program, the name is, at UVT, Culture is the Capital, and of course the research is, and science is fundamental. We try to bring here in Timișoara brilliant minds and different field of activities, and we bring already 3 Nobel Prize winners. We're talking about Mr. Orhan Pamuk, we're talking about Jean-Pierre Savage and Jean-Marie Len, and next month will be here Eric Maskin, Nobel Prize winner in the economy. And beyond all these personalities, we bring in Timișoara many others very important person. And that's why I hope in this very important conference, during one day, we will find many solutions for this very hit area, Balkans. In our topics, of course, it's very important to exchange ideas. That's why I conclude like Confucius said, if 2 persons have 2 apples and they decide to exchange them between themselves, they will ending up having 1 apple each. But if 2 persons have 2 ideas, 1 idea each, and they decide to exchange them between themselves, they will ending up having 2 ideas each. So, welcome in Timișoara, exchange ideas, and become better day by day. Thank you very much. I invite now Mr. Ionel Nițu, President of New Strategy Center. The floor is yours.
Bună dimineața, o să vorbesc în limba română, doamnelor și domnilor, stimați invitați. Sunt onorat să particip și să vorbesc la cea de-a 7-a ediție a evenimentului nostru de la Timișoara. Și cum bine a spus partenerul nostru, domnul rector Marilen Pirtea, în cel mai vestic oraș din cel mai estic stat al Uniunii Europene. E o teorie a hărților. Lumea se vede altfel de aici, din Timișoara, vorbeam cu colegii dimineața, atât România în sine, cât și Balcaniul. Dacă centrăm harta Balcanului în Timișoara, altfel se văd problemele, oportunitățile, riscurile din regiune. Și ăsta e motivul pentru care noi am gândit acest parteneriat și acest format în urmă cu 7 ani de zile. Timișoara fiind un exemplu de toleranță și de cooperare interetnică confesională și chiar un model de dezvoltare economică regională. De altfel, dacă mă uit în sală, și e o bună paralelă cu ce se va întâmpla astăzi, dacă vedeți, uniformele militare s-au grupat aici într-o zonă foarte clar delimitată de zona civilă. Cam așa încercăm să abordăm și Balcanii astăzi, în cele 5 paneluri, adică pe partea de riscuri și amenințări care continuă să domine zona și respectiv partea de oportunități economice și de cooperare interinstituțională economică în Balcani. Noi încercăm să abordăm Balcaniul, așa cum am mai spus-o, împreună cu Marea Neagră și recent am avut o altă conferință internațională la București, Black Sea Balkans Security Forum, într-un continuum strategic, pentru că, deși sunt mici diferențe între ele, în Marea Neagră ne confruntăm cu un război convențional și hibrid, ilegitim, nedrept, agresiv, care a schimbat paradigma în care credeam cu toții de după 1990, iar în Balcan ne confruntăm preponderent cu riscuri și amenințări hibride. Am credința că Balcaniul, bună paralela cu vestul, și anul trecut spuneam că singura opțiune este Go West, așa cum spune o melodie celebră, mai devreme sau mai târziu, cu trepte diferite, cu viteze diferite, se va integra în marele spațiu european și euroatlantic. În ultimii 3 ani, Strategy Center a realizat de altfel mai multe studii pe Balcani și ați regăsit în mapele pe care le-ați primit un studiu realizat recent în cooperare cu partenerul nostru din Serbia, Belgrade Center for Security Policy, cărora le mulțumesc pentru implicare și vreau să mulțumesc în mod special și Robertei Răducu, colega noastră care a asigurat coordonarea volumului. Ce ar mai fi de spus? Ne dorim să extragem multe soluții, concluzii, nu doar să dezbatem la nesfârșit problemele Balcanilor, astfel încât la sfârșitul conferinței fiecare să întoarcă acasă măcar cu o idee bună despre cum am putea mai bine integra această regiune importantă pentru România și pentru Europa. Securitatea Europei în mare măsură astăzi depinde și de Balcani. Vă mulțumesc și vă urez succes la dezbateri.
Mulțumim frumos, domnului Nițu. Thank you very much. Now, I have here with me Mr. Iulian Fota, State Secretary and Minister of Foreign Affairs. Please, Mr. Fota.
So, dear Mr. Fritz, the mayor of the beautiful city of Timișoara, dear Mr. Moș, the vice president of the Timiș County, dear Professor Pirtea, the rector of West University, and last but not least, dear Mr. Nițu, dear Ionel, the president of the new strategy center. Let me tell you from the beginning that Romanian Ministry of Foreign Affairs is very honored for the third consecutive year to be part of this very important project, which is the conference, you know, on Western Balkans. I believe that addressing, you know, so challenging topics in such a moment, you know, and adopting a larger perspective, which is, of course, the one of Russian invasion and aggression against Ukraine, is more important than ever. And with your permission, on behalf of our ministry, you know, I have the following message. Dear friends and colleagues from Romania and from abroad, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure for me to be here in Timișoara, a place in the vicinity of the Western Balkans, but projecting at the same time the core of European values from the position of Europe's capital of culture in 2023. We have been addressing for a long time processes taking place in the Western Balkans over the years, making efforts to shape up a region stable and secure. To this end, we have provided strong cooperation with our partners here and steady and active support for them to fulfill their aspirations. Substantial contribution to NATO and EU missions in the area also need to be taken into consideration. And I highlight here NATO Kosovo Force, KFOR, and the EU operation in Bosnia, EU4 Altea, which both contribute to ensure a safe and secure environment. Romania's consistent participation in both missions speaks of our firm commitment to this goal. Reconciliation has been and still is the starting point, the corner of stability in the region. It represents the foundation upon which our partners can build and can acquire regional ownership. The progress is there, we acknowledge it, and we welcome it. We need to keep this momentum despite the current security context, which is not an easy one. We are facing a new geopolitical reality with a great impact on the security in the Western Balkans. The war launched by Russia against Ukraine generated multidimensional consequences in this region. They should not be underestimated. Russia has always had a strong foothold in the region, instrumentalizing the tensions still residing there. Since the war, its tools diversified. Weaponizations of energy and food and information, or better said, disinformation. The tensions rising again in the region, the increasing rhetoric alluding to secessionism are claiming our attention. At the end of May, we have witnessed provocative actions and armed violence in northern Kosovo. Violent acts against citizens, media, law enforcement agencies, and KFOR troops are absolutely unacceptable and bring us to a very dangerous situation. We need to encourage all parties to make consistent efforts to return to the dialogue table and to keep peace and security in the area. What should we do? Our reaction in this time of crisis must be strong and steady. Solidarity and mutual support are keywords in this respect. There is no time or place for strategic ambiguity from our partners. It is of utmost importance that they fully maintain their European path, and it is equally important for us to effectively respond to their expectations. Concretely, we need to maintaining awareness that third parties are permanently ready to take advantage and exploit any possible discontent in order to influence the European and Euro-Atlantic path of the countries in the region. Therefore, strategic communication needs to be strengthened and better coordinated. We need to sharpen our focus today and step up political and practical support in order to build resilience. Our attention has to be intensified on countering disinformation. We have to ensure the coherence of NATO and EU efforts at the political level and on the ground within the limits of the agreed mandates. And of course, we have to enhance the necessary efforts to increase the resilience of our partners in the region and encourage them to own these efforts and to build upon them. There are not easy answers. Each and every step could be hesitant, but the political will must be there. We have to encourage our partners to walk this path, to support them along the way, and to make sure that any progress they will achieve is irreversible. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fota. And now, please allow me to invite at the microphone the mayor of the city, Timișoara, Dominic Fritz.
Good morning, everybody. Bună dimineața. I'm very proud to welcome you, many of you, again to Timișoara, this wonderful city indeed, in a year where Timișoara is in the spotlight of Europe as Europe's capital of culture. And I will continue in Romanian. I think you do have a translation. Și întrebarea este, deși această conferință este o conferință recurentă, totuși mi-am pus întrebarea venind aici, de ce într-o capitală culturală vorbim despre securitate? Și aș vrea să vă las cu două gânduri care mi se par relevante în acest context. În primul rând, Europa a suferit înainte de începerea războiului de un dezechilibru major în care contribuția, istoria europeană a Europei de Est nu a fost văzută destul de mult, în care vocea Europei de Est nu a fost auzită destul de mult pe scena europeană. Și știm foarte bine cum, mai ales în domeniul securității, acest dezechilibru acum începe să se reașeze un pic, tocmai pentru că la Bruxelles, la Berlin, la Paris și-au dat seama că totuși experiența noastră este relevantă pentru securitatea și viitorul Europei. Și capitala culturală exact asta încearcă să facă, să reașeze Timișoara și România pe harta Europei și să transmită un narativ european că, de fapt, aici, în acest oraș, valorile europene, răspunsuri la dezbateri europene au fost și pot fi găsite în ziua de azi și, de fapt, în ultimele secole. Și timișorenii și românii au construit la această Europa. Nu suntem o anexă venită în 2007, ci am construit deja la această Europa de sute de ani. Și dacă ne gândim la stabilitatea și la securitatea Europei, atunci acest gând, acest echilibru între Europa de Est și Europa de Vest trebuie întărit. Și eu cred că această capitală culturală ne dă un context în care putem să vorbim despre aceste lucruri, în care să prezentăm tocmai cultura și vocea noastră pe plan european. Și al doilea gând este, și pentru dumneavoastră care sunteți experți în acest domeniu, nu este nicio noutate, bineînțeles că pace și securitatea nu sunt doar absența conflictului. Și în acest sens, orice societate, orice continent care vrea să trăiască în pace are nevoie de o cultură a securității, de o cultură a păcii și, de fapt, de un fundament social care permite ca dezvoltarea comunităților, dezvoltarea relațiilor internaționale să se întâmple pe o bază de valori ferme și puternice. Și ce facem noi în Timișoara în acest an, dar și în general, este tocmai să întărim această bază de valori prin cultură, finanțând evenimente, de exemplu, la UVT, de dezbateri și idei, finanțând spectacole de teatru care ridică întrebări profunde despre umanitate, finanțând concerte cu orchestre din toată Europa care întăresc limbajul universal al muzicii și așa mai departe. Cultura este o bază fără de care nicio comunitate nu se poate dezvolta și fără de care nicio comunitate nu se poate dezvolta în pace. Și pacea de care profităm în regiunea asta, și mă refer din păcate doar până la granița, această pace este și datorită faptului că întotdeauna am valorizat și valorificat cultura. Și anul acesta vrem să subliniem că prin cultură putem să creăm aceste precondiții pentru o societate și o comunitate stabilă și asta mai ales în vremuri de criză în care există o tendință, când banii sunt mai puțini, să începi să tai nu la securitate, dar la cultură. Și faptul că această conferință se întâmplă în capitală culturală este și un semn că, mai ales în vremuri de criză, nu este o idee bună nici să tai la securitate, dar nici la cultură, pentru că doar prin cultură ne asigurăm că valorile pe care ne bazăm prosperitatea și pacea pot fi susținute de toate generațiile și în viitor. Vă mulțumesc că ați venit, că faceți aceste dezbateri importante în Timișoara, contribuiți la acest an de capitală culturală și sunt absolut sigur că veți pleca de aici cu multă inspirație. Asta ne dorim și noi, anul acesta Timișoara vrea să inspire. Mulțumesc mult!
Mulțumesc frumos domnului primar pentru mesajul domniei sale. Evident că este extrem de importantă cultura. Cultură fără educație nu se poate realiza și îmi vine în minte celebra replica a lui Churchill, pe care cu siguranță dumneavoastră o știți, în al doilea război mondial, când bugetul era restrâns, nevoia de cheltuielilor de apărare majorate era vizibilă și în ședința de guvern propunerea a fost să tăiem de la cultură din buget pentru a consolida zona de securitate și Churchill a spus atunci, dacă tăiem de la cultură, noi pentru ce de fapt luptăm? Nu să ne apărăm cultura ca nație și ca popor și ADN-ul nostru? Deci cultura este într-adevăr extrem de importantă. Mulțumesc Primăriei Timișoara, pentru domnului primar Fritz, domnului viceprimar Tabără, pentru parteneriatul pe care îl oferă Universității de Vest din Timișoara în proiectele culturale și nu numai pe care le desfășoară. Dați-mi voie în continuare să-l invit pe scenă pe vicepreședintele Consiliului Județean al județului Timiș, domnul Cristian Moș.
Morning and welcome to Timiș County to everyone. For those which are for the first time in Timiș County, I would say that Timiș County is the largest county from Romania. Timiș County, we used to say that is the head of the spear of Romania's counties. For those which are the second time or the more time, I hope that Timiș County is changing in better and also Timișoara is changing in better. Now about security. I would say that few people are talking about security if the doctor is working in a hospital, if the truck driver is driving on the road, or if the teacher is teaching in the class. Everyone is speaking about security if the doctor is not anymore working just in the hospital, if the truck driver is not driving just on the road, or if the teacher is not anymore teaching in the class. This is happening right now in Ukraine. I would say, this conference is the seventh edition. For me, it means that you are those few people which are discussing and putting ideas together in order to find out how we can manage in order not to reach, as Ukraine, that everyone is speaking about security. That's why I congratulate you, and also saying to you, welcome to Timiș. I would say that Timiș County will be always supporting this kind of conferences, and I hope that you will have a good day and you will have good ideas. Thanks a lot.
Mulțumesc frumos. Thank you very much, Mr. Moș. Of course, Timiș County is the same very important partner for the West University of Timișoara, and actually in this conference have a very important support for us. This open conference is finished, and now I want to invite His Excellency's Ambassador Gheorghe Magheru to moderate the first panel of the conference. Please. Yeah. Tocmai v-am invitat.
Starting formally our panel, it is my pleasant duty to invite Mr. Leonard Orban to join us in this panel, Mr. Mr. Richter, and we still have another guest who is traveling, Madame Arditi. Hopefully she will make it in due time. If not, we will connect connect on the screen with her. So, and Mr. Musetti, our... So, I hope now the technical arrangements were dutifully managed by the organizer. I got the necessary stage directions. I hope everybody can hear me. And well, can you hear me? Now it's better. Now it's better. Well, I know that usually my voice is carrying a long distance, but probably I have to raise the volume. Now, our panel is a challenging one. Euro-Atlantic integration at a turning point, EU and NATO complementarity in the Balkans. The components of this panel is equally challenging because we have here practitioners of foreign policy and security and academics, or some of them blending both capacities. Also, the regional human mix is quite interesting, ranging from naturally Romania, the host country, and from the Balkans themselves, but also from countries having very close relations to the region as Italy, or from, as Mr. Richter, coming from the heartland of Middle Europa with a great European experience in European affairs. Because we are in academic background and the university is well present here, allow myself for 1 minute just to frame this panel with some landmarks. One of them is the NATO strategic, all generated, I would say, by Russia's aggression against Ukraine. One is the NATO strategic concept, which defines the strategic importance of the Western Balkans and the Black Sea region. The other one is the joint EU-NATO cooperation declaration, indicating the Russian threat to the Euro-Atlantic security. The other one I would mention, very recent statement by the President of the Commission, Madame von der Leyen, the four-pillar plan to bring the Western Balkans closer to the European Union. And then the European Political Community meeting in the Republic of Moldova on the 1st of June. This is just to have a picture of what has been going on since 24 of February 2022. We have to make a mix between the internal problems of the region, which is growing, the external influences, some of them malignant, and then the magnetic drive, and here I think we have a book by Mr. Richter on the last train to the west. This is the magnetic drive to the west. Actually, this is the modernization of the Balkans. And finally, I would like to recall, being Romanians, we are both riparians to the Black Sea, but we are also part of this region terrestrially. And there are two other countries having this peculiarity. One is Turkey and Bulgaria. So we have one foot in a security risk area and another foot in another one. With this concluding, it is my pleasure to hand over the floor to Mr. Iulian Fota. I think I have to say he has been both presidential advisor, head of the Diplomatic Institute, and head of the National Intelligence Academy, and a wealth of experience, both practical and please, Secretary of State, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Magheru. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm happy to be in such a distinguished panel. I'm happy to see good and old friends, either in our panel or in the audience. I've been asked to say a few words about very important relationship between NATO and EU on the one side and the challenges we face in the Western Balkans on the other side. As long as we are 5 panelists and we have a limited time, I will try to be brief, and from the beginning I want to raise a few points. First of all, I think the first important point is that NATO and EU continues to be very relevant organizations, not only for us member states, but also for the international community too. We all remember, you know, when some years ago, Mr. Trump tried to say that NATO is obsolete. In less than 3 years' time, you know, reality proved that he was wrong, and it's clear for many, and I don't have in mind only us, you know, living in NATO countries, how relevant, how important these organizations are. Both NATO and EU continues to play a very important role when it comes to the stabilization of the Western Balkans, and also when it comes to the very important effort of guaranteeing, you know, a better future for the countries in the region. Enlargement continues to be our most important instrument, but on the other hand, you know, either NATO or EU are involved in very important stabilization operations like KFOR for NATO or Altea mission for EU. My second point is that we continue, I mean, both organizations continue to be very committed, you know, to the region of the Balkans, especially to the region of the Western Balkans, you know, and this commitment, it is proved every day. I think that we are all well informed about the future efforts done either by NATO or EU to mediate, you know, for instance, as a result of the recent tensions in the north of Kosovo, between Belgrade, you know, and Pristina, for guaranteeing, you know, the stability in the region for the foreseeable future, especially now when we are already, you know, facing a very serious and a very dangerous crisis in the eastern part of the European continent, which is this Russian aggression against Ukraine. I think that there are no doubts that we are not in the position to allow another important region for us to get inflamed and tensions to raise. As I mentioned also in the message of the Romanian Minister of Foreign Affairs to this conference, you know, we need to pay more attention to strategic communication. And we need to insist, telling, first of all, to the citizens in the Western Balkans that the main and the best provider, either for stability and security, but also for prosperity, continues to be the global West, you know, working and operating through these important organizations which are NATO and EU. And definitely, and without no doubts, there is nothing good to be expected from Russia. And I think that sometimes I have the feeling that although we are almost 1.5 years after the beginning of this barbaric, you know, and illegal and unprovoked Russian aggression, sometimes I have the feeling that we continue to be maybe too diplomatic, you know, too soft when we have to underline, you know, how negative consequences are for the Russian intentions, you know, also in the region of Western Balkans. There is nothing good to come from Moscow, and that's something, you know, for us all to understand and to reiterate when we have the opportunity. And finally, I think that also with a very loud voice, we should underline our expectations that our partners, you know, those who officially said that they want to be members either in EU or NATO, you know, should stick, you know, fully, you know, to the European path. As long as they are embracing our values, and as long as they want to be together with us, either in NATO or in EU, they should continue to work, you know, on the one hand, on advancing, you know, the important objective of Europeanization for their own countries. On the other hand, in addressing, you know, in a very diplomatic and soft way, all the tensions, you know, who from time to time may raise, because some, I mean, when we speak about reconciliation or reconciliations, you know, we all know from our historic memories that our process is, you know, complicated, complex, and they are requesting a lot of time. So I think that for the beginning of the panel, you know, these 5 points, you know, have been raised by myself, and I'm ready, you know, when we'll get to the second part of the panel, to address any questions or remarks, you know, if we have them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope it works. Does it work? I have a problem with this mic. Can you hear me? Sorry. Well, that's the fate of the moderator, to have a mic which is... Okay, so thank you so much, Secretary. I'm looking forward to the Q&A and your next interventions. It is my pleasure now to hand over the floor to Mr. Leonard Orban, who is the first Romanian member of the European Commission, long-time presidential advisor for European affairs, and chief negotiator for Romania's accession, and a long-time acquaintance of mine in European affairs. I am so privileged to have you taking the floor. Please, Mr. Orban.
Thank you very much. I don't know what to do. I have a speech prepared in English, but also prepared in Romania. I don't know what language do you prefer.
There is double translation.
Okay, if it is double translation, then I will speak. If Mr. Fota spoke in English, I will speak also in English. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to attend this event and share my views on this topic of high interest. As we all know, we are living critical times with Russia's aggression against Ukraine at our borders, a war that lasts for more than a year and has very serious consequences and a disturbing impact on our region, including on the Balkans region. There are extraordinary challenges the European Union and NATO must face nowadays, with huge consequences for the European, transatlantic, and global security. For sure, the security cannot be taken for granted in Europe anymore, following Russia's illegal war in Ukraine. I will speak about the European Union because I'm an expert in EU. I think that the European perspective for the Balkans region is the only solid option for long-term peace, stability, and prosperity in Europe. The EU enlargement process should continue as a strategic vision to build our space of security, prosperity, and values. Especially in the current context, the partners from the Balkans need a solid, credible path to accession. A predictable, coherent, and merit-based enlargement process will maintain the EU's credibility and the public support in the Balkans region. Definitely, the Balkans region must be kept high on EU agenda. I think the new dynamics of the European engagement towards this region are welcoming developments. The effective launch of the accession negotiation with Albania and with the Republic of North Macedonia, and granting the status of candidate country for Bosnia and Herzegovina are encouraging steps that must be continued. Anchoring the Balkans region firmly and irreversibly on the European path must remain the EU's strategic objective. This implies a shared responsibility both on our partners from the region and for the European Union. In the light of last year's developments, the EU's expectations regarding the progress of its Balkans partner on the EU path have increased. Unfortunately, these expectations were not quite fulfilled, since some partners have not demonstrated at all an engaging commitment to the reforms. There is need for the Balkans partner to make decisive and sustainable progress on reforms notably on the rule of law, to show commitment to EU values, to seize anti-EU narratives, and to align with the EU common foreign and security policy decisions, in particular to implement the restrictive measures as well as avoid the evasion of sanctions against Russia. Moreover, the good neighboring relations between partners aspiring to join the EU are essential in terms of advancing the EU's negotiation process. What happened recently in Kosovo is very worrying. Kosovo and Serbia should act responsibly and engage immediately in the EU-facilitated dialogue to find a sustainable solution to the situation in the north of Kosovo. Among the Balkan partners, I would like to address only one country, a country which is very close to us, Serbia, a key partner in the region. But as I'm no longer a Romanian official, I will speak very openly about what is happening today in Serbia. Serbia can be strongly criticized for the lack of commitment to join the EU, for its deteriorating democracy, questionable foreign policy decisions, for the systemic deficiencies in terms of pro-European strategic communication, for the lack of progress in implementing the EU sanctions on Russia and Belarus. We must acknowledge the anti-EU and anti-Western foreign policy Serbia has, despite what the Serbian political leaders say regarding joining the EU. Serbia's freedom deterioration means the violation of EU's values and principles. An anti-Western narrative propagated to the media has shaped the public's opinion, which no longer seems to support the EU's accession to a large extent. It is really worrying, the recent downward trend in the public support for the EU's accession, which has reached today an all-time low. While Serbia receives the most financial aid from the European Union, being the largest recipient of the EU pre-accession funds out of all prospective EU candidate states in the Balkan region, Serbs believe that Russia and China are the main contributors. With all these aspects, does not seem Serbia is committing to align with the EU policies and values. Serbia does not seem like a partner you can rely on in critical moments. However, despite all of this, I hope that Serbia is willing to stay on course on the EU path. Ladies and gentlemen, against the very complicated background in the region, the EU needs to continue its intensive political engagement with the region and needs to intensify its effort to maintain the public support for the European path and to combat the malicious narratives. The EU should engage in a more tailored and comprehensive support to help these countries to mitigate the disruptive external actions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Orban. Now, we had two Romanian voices in this panel, already, I think, shaping the big security picture and going into the mind trough of the realities on the ground, completing the tableau. Now, as Madame Arditi has not appeared yet, it is my pleasure to hand over the floor to our already old partner, Mr. Musetti, and I will start with his latest publication, also in Romanian, La Rosa Geopolitica. He is an expert in economic warfare, a specialist of the region, in-depth specialist of the region. Will you speak Romanian or English? What do you prefer? Romanian. So we have an Italian voice in Romanian. So this is the Latin dimension in Timișoara. I think this is very symbolic. Mr. Musetti, you have the floor.
Ok. Încerc să vorbesc românește. Cer scuze dacă fac niște greșelile, dar oricum, încercam. Am pregătit un PowerPoint, vreau să vă arăt niște hărțile geopolitice. Începem cu prima. Uitați-vă la harta asta asupra isthmul Europei. Isthmul este linia cea mai scurtă dintre Marea Baltică și Marea Neagră. Adică linia conceptual mai ușor de apărat, pentru că cea mai scurtă. Dar nu suntem aici să vorbim despre chestiile de Rusia, așa că ne uităm acum numai la partea stângă de hartă, adică la partea de vest. În nordul Poloniei este o bază militară misilistică, Aegis Ashore, la Rezicovo. În sudul României este o bază misilistică Aegis Ashore la Deveselu. Nord și sud, în mod simetric. Să fie scudul cât mai larg posibil. Uitați-vă în centrul Poloniei și în centrul României, la mijloc și la mijloc. Este o bază aeriană de Statele Unite, la Alaska, în Polonia, și la Câmpia Turzii, în Transilvania. De ce? Pentru că sunt focarile ale spațiului eliptic, flancului estic ale NATO. De la Alaska la Câmpia Turzii pot să controlez tot flancul estic. Și uitați-vă la porturile, adică la Gdansk, în limba italiană este Danzica, și la Constanța. Dintre Gdansk și Constanța va fi construit un proiect care se numește Rail to Sea, adică o cale ferată. Dar ce înseamnă a colega o mare deminchisă cu altă mare deminchisă, cum sunt Marea Baltică și Marea Neagră? Când, de fapt, e mai ușor de servi mitele Europa prin a treia mare, adică Marea Adriatică, prin portul Trieste. Poate motivul nu este la nivel geoeconomic, dar este altceva. Este la domeniul geostrategic. Calea ferată Rail to Sea, care curge în mod un fel paralel la isthmul Europei, trebuie și să miște, să aducă mijloacele de transport militar grele, ca de exemplu tancuri. Pentru că dacă va fi o confruntare mare cu Rusia, trebuie să punem tancurile noastre pe tot flancul estic în mod cât mai repede posibil, cât mai rapid posibil. De ce am vrut să vorbesc de asta? Pentru că am vrut să arăt cât de pivotală este România, exact ca Polonia. Uitați-vă și la Polonia și la România. Unde este infanterie americană? Este în vest Poloniei și în vest României. În Polonia au înființat și o bază permanentă la Poznan. De asta eu cred că e posibil ca și în România va înființat o bază permanentă ale Statele Unite Americii, măcar aproape de Craiova. De ce asta? Pentru că și Polonia și România sunt statele pivotale. Polonia nu e de folos numai împotriva Rusia, dar și pentru a controla țara cea mai puternică la nivel economic, adică Germania. De asta militar sunt la vest, aproape departe de la ruși și suficient vecin la Germania. Exact la fel este și în România. Suficient departe de la Ucraina, dar suficient vecin la zona cea mai instabilă ale Europei, adică Balcanii de Vest. Dacă se va întâmpla ceva, posibil că România este punctul cel mai important de stabilizare a crizei. Trecem, vă rog, la carta următoare. Carta următoare este chiar despre România. Da? Și cum puteți să observați, Câmpia Turzii este o bază aeriană foarte centrală. De ce acolo sunt dronele MQ-9 Reapers ale Americii? Evident, nu numai pentru a contrasta Rusia, dar posibil și pentru colectarea informații și la Marea Egeo și la Balcanii de Vest. Un fel de spionaj. De asta o porție de comandamentul NATO la Aviano va fi transferat la Câmpia Turzii. Și posibil că la Câmpia Turzii vor fi amplasate avioanele de a 5-a generație F-35 pe care România vrea să cumpăreze. De asta eu am vrut să explic că România este o țară foarte pivotală și a fi țară pivotală ce înseamnă? Înseamnă a fi de folos nu numai spre o direcție, dar spre mai multe direcții, adică și spre Balcanii de Vest. România, Balcanii de Vest, de fapt, sunt la mijloc dintre România și Italia. De asta, colaborarea dintre România și Italia este foarte importantă și pentru stabilizarea Balcanii de Vest. Mă gândesc la Republica Sârbscă, mă gândesc la Kosovo, mă gândesc la Serbia, mă gândesc la panslavismul rusesc în această zonă. Dar, cum a zis bine primarul de Timișoara mai devreme, nu e cu strategie că stabilizezi Balcanii de Vest. Este cu cultură, este cu geocultură specifică. Trebuie să spunem la prietenii din Serbia că calea lor e spre Europa. Și pentru a arăta asta trebuie să arătăm un stil de viață occidental mai bun, trebuie să vorbim cu cei mai tineri, cei mai în vârstă, încă se amintesc despre ultimul războiul, încă să amintesc despre bombele al NATO. De asta noi trebuie să începem să vorbim cultural cu cei mai tineri. Nu am nicio șansă să stabilizăm Balcanii de Vest cu bombele sau de la Câmpiaturzi sau de la Viano, nu deloc. Trebuie să ne gândim cât mai mult la un plan geocultural. Trecem, vă rog, la harta următoare. Și asta este inițiativa celor trei mari și vedeți cum România este destul de importantă. Din păcate, Italia nu este între inițiativă și dacă este țara cea mai mare din Marea Adriatică, dar oricum să observați cât de important este portul de la Trieste, adică în nord-est al Italiei. Adică e mult important din punctul de vedere logistic. Dacă noi dorim ca Balcanii de Vest să intre în inițiativa celor trei mari, trebuie să începem să vorbim de economie și cultură. Asta e important pentru stabilizarea regiunii. La carta următoare, vă rog, și apoi închide și... Asta este fosta Iugoslavia. Cum puteți să observați, au fost multe război și în Kosovo chestia încă nu s-a rezolvat. Kosovo pentru Serbia nu e o țară, o regiune, cum zic ei, importantă la nivel strategic și nici măcar la nivel economic. Este o țară destul de slabă, dar e destul de importantă la nivel cultural. Numele Kosovo este un nume sărbesc, nu albanez. Kos înseamnă mierla. De ce? Pentru că la câmpia mierlelor a fost cea mai mare bătalie pe care a luptat Serbia în anul 1300 și ceva, adică sute de ani mai acolo. Serbia s-a născut în Kosovo. De asta Serbia are o problemă să recunoască suveranitate Kosovului. E o chestie geoculturală, dar eu acum mi opresc aici, cred că am furat deja prea mult timp și vă mulțumesc pe toți.
Mulțumesc foarte mult, domnule Musetti. O să închei cu următoarea notă. Ați creat o punte bimilenară între România și Italia și România, care este mai mult decât simbolică, cum am spus. Pentru toți cei de față, am aici roza geopolitică a doctorului Musetti. După prânz va fi o lansare de carte la Timișoara. Vă invit pe toți. Poftim? Și autografe, absolut. Acum, so now I'm switching to English. I hope Madame Ardeti is with us, that the connection was established. Madame, can you hear us?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I do. I welcome you virtually, but you are most welcome. We are looking forward to your intervention. Coming from the heart of the Western Balkans. The first capital I visited was for the Southeast European Cooperation Process Summit meeting in Skopje years ago, at the beginning of the process. I am looking forward to your experience of European affairs from within the Western Balkans and from the Republic of North Macedonia. Madame Arditi, you have the floor.
Thank you, Ambassador. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you for the invitation. It is a pleasure to be here and speak about Euro-Atlantic integration, a turning point in the Balkans. The Balkans, with its rich history and diverse culture, has often been associated with conflict and instability. The Balkan region has experienced its share of challenges, but it is at this juncture that we have a unique opportunity to consolidate peace, stability, and progress. However, it's essential to recognize the role of the EU and NATO in this process. The EU and NATO have played crucial roles in fostering progress in the Western Balkans throughout the years, and their complementarity is vital for the region's further advancement. While there are attempts by some to look at EU and NATO as two different paths, the conflict in Ukraine has proved the opposite. The Euro-Atlantic path takes both security and prosperity hand by hand. So the conflict in Ukraine has also brought a shift in our understanding of global alliances and their significance for smaller nations. This crisis emphasizes the importance of adopting innovative, proactive, and strategic approaches for international diplomacy. Most illustrative example of this decision is the decision of Sweden and Finland to join NATO, because it proved that being non-aligned does not ensure security of the citizens. Although Sweden and Finland, both EU member states, had very close cooperation with NATO, this was not enough. The security project was not complete without NATO membership. While we have witnessed unity for Ukraine, the Russian aggression on Ukraine once again puts at test the EU approach toward the Balkans. Quick fixes to long-lasting problems have proven to be inefficient. Partial solutions, as in the past, are not enough. More serious approach is needed. The challenges faced in the Balkans are complex, ranging from regional security concerns, unresolved conflicts, economic disparities, also political instability. It's imperative for the EU and NATO to reinforce the partnership and to address these challenges effectively. It's vital to engage the Balkan nations in a more inclusive and substantive manner, and this requires providing a clear roadmap and financial assistance. For the Western Balkans that has been marked with conflicts for years, the message is clear that Euro-Atlantic path is the only path if the aim is security and prosperity. The EU has been the key driver for integration in the Balkans by offering membership prospects, providing a framework for political and economic reforms. The EU enlargement policy played a vital role in undertaking transformations and align with European standards. However, I must state that the EU approach has been flawed. The EU perspective became more distant, and along the way, the countries also stopped the transformation. Firstly, I want to point that the transformative power lost its meaning. The geopolitical issues have overtaken the reforms. In the past 30 years, the EU invested hundreds of millions to strengthen the capacities of the Balkan countries to enhance rule of law. However, the data on corruption and organized crime raised questions about the efficiency of these funds. We have seldom reports that note that EU accession might have served as promoter of anti-corruption efforts, but the political will to fight corruption and organized crime is lacking. We have judicial practitioners that have been trained for years, yet justice institutions have failed to establish accountability for corruption and organized crime. Also, we have CPI reports that note that concentration of power in the hands of the Balkan autocratic leaders has undermined judicial independence and helped sustain state capture. Despite the investment by the EU to curb corruption, the region has the highest perception of corruption in Europe. The EU may have invested in reforms, but has failed to address the root causes of the problems in the Balkans that have allowed crime and corruption to thrive. The EU's support to the region's authoritarian leaders to maintain peace and stability has served the opposite. The support for so-called stabilitocracy came with a high cost that endangers now even the stability of the European continent. Even more, some countries, but previous speakers also mentioned, have pursued cooperation with third actors, and the Balkan countries will not stop cooperating with external actors such as Russia, China, or the Gulf countries as long as they continue to sit in the EU waiting room. So there are two important stakeholders contributing to this situation: the lack of political will among the political elites to reform, and the wrong approach of the EU towards the Western Balkans. Therefore, two questions arise. What can we do, and what can the EU do to overcome the differences between the EU and the Balkans in areas of foreign security policy? Firstly, I think the EU needs to reinvigorate its enlargement policy. It needs to maintain credibility and deliver on its promises to foster regional stability and security. So it can start doing so by handling North Macedonia's portfolio and especially Kosovo-Serbia situation. The EU credibility is also in the Balkans diminishing, and countries no longer believe that they have a realistic chance of joining the EU despite the repeated assurances that the future lies within Europe. The Balkans will not indefinitely wait for EU accession and will seek beneficial cooperation with other actors. Conditionality also in the accession process has not shown positive results for North Macedonia and Albania. Brussels has sent wrong message to the region with the North Macedonia case. It sent a message of prioritizing bilateral issues before a merit-based process, if an EU member state such as Bulgaria is involved. Secondly, the Western Balkans and the EU need to address the challenges such as corruption, rule of law, and unresolved conflicts to strengthen the integration process. They should not suffer from securitization trends. The Western Balkan countries itself also should take resolute actions for accelerating the pace of EU-related reforms to end politicization of the institution and eliminate clientelism also, to secure division and balance of powers and ensure independence of judiciary, guarantee transparency, accountability, and so on. The EU should stop putting a blind eye to the wrongdoings of the political elites and backsliding in democratic governance and fighting corruption for geopolitical reasons. This process needs to include tangible results rather than laws and strategies to tick the box. And lastly, the EU should find ways and mechanisms to end impunity of public officials. The approach of the EU towards the Balkans may have secured peace, but not long-lasting stability. We have still ethnic tensions, autocratic governance, thriving corruption, and organized crime, which have turned the Balkans into a time bomb. So given the devastating effects of the war in Ukraine globally, I think Europe cannot afford another conflict zone within its borders. So the focus should be in full alignment with EU common foreign security policy. As you mentioned already, among Balkan countries, Serbia and Bosnia-Herzegovina's Republika Srpska utilizes their foreign and security relations with Russia to advance their own political objectives. And it's unlikely that they will discontinue the cooperation anytime soon. However, the ever-changing geopolitical landscape, the EU must establish priorities that bind these two countries to the common foreign security policy. And for NATO, I think the long-term challenge ahead will be to continue the integration process of the Balkans, even in the face of geopolitical disturbances. And I think the key task for NATO will be to provide guidance to the Balkan countries on how to manage the cooperation with third actors in a way that it does not represent a security risk for the region. And finally, engaging in strategic communication, as already said by previous speakers, with the Balkans is needed. So strategic communication is key in shaping both the discourse in the EU about the EU in the Balkans and vice versa about the Balkans within the EU. And I do believe that in order to maximize the impact, the EU should allocate increased resources to support civil society organizations and independent media with democratic orientations in the region. Thank you. Sorry if I took more time.
Thank you very much, Madam Arditin. You have confirmed the fact that your country is at the intersection of everything that happens in the Western Balkans, and you have also managed to put the finger on all the dilemmas open to the region, hopefully also to the solutions. Thank you so much. I'm going now to our next final but last but not least speaker, Mr. Richter, who is coming with his vision and experience from Brussels on what's going on here. Please, Mr. Richter, you have the floor. And I want to recall that you have been one of the right hands of Mr. Orban in Brussels. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, and dear guests. I would like to start with a little anecdote. Exactly 20 years before this terrible aggression against Ukraine started, I attended with my commissioner, not with Leonard Orban, but another commissioner, a conference in Potsdam. A big Russian delegation was part of that meeting, including the, at the time, still free Mr. Khodorkovsky. And the title of the meeting was The Western Integration of Russia. Now, guess what? Half of the time, the Russians were fighting amongst them, so that the chairperson, the former economics minister of Germany, had to intervene and say, hey guys, this is not about what you are discussing internally, this is how we can better collaborate. I think it's fair to say that then the following 20 years we lived a bit what now people refer to as la-la land. Yeah? We have only friends. And then we were brutally woken up. But when we are speaking about security challenges, my first question, and I come back to this in the end, is do we have a clear security definition? What encompasses security? So on which angles do we need to work? Picking up a couple of the points that were made previously. And the title of this first panel was Complementarity between EU and NATO. I think it's fair to say that that relationship still needs further clarification. It's an indispensable cooperation between the two bodies, but I think there are a lot of blurred lines, and that has not really been addressed. I know that this cooperation is institutionalized since 2002. There were 3 joint declarations. But ladies and gentlemen, the cooperation that exists for the moment basically in Medical Cooperation Center and cyber defense, that is not enough. But how do we go about this? And the recent discussions about joint procurement are good examples to say, what is the practical way forward? And like in many of these events, we have brilliant analysis and not so many solutions coming up. Second point, the relation between the challenges in this region here and general geopolitics was already addressed by several speakers. And there are a few more, and I just named 2. One being, in my view, what should be a wake-up call for us, that after the last BRICS meeting, 20 countries said, oh, that's maybe the better choice to join that club instead of turning also to us, to Europe. Why that? Because we are over complicating our relations, starting from trade relations with these countries. The second is something that is certainly for our military people here very interesting, and that is a new battleground that will become an important one in the next 10, 15 years, and that is the High North. If the poles will change due to climate change, that will change many things too. And the pre-announcements are already visible. Now, if we look closer at the region here, and it was said a minute ago, where are we in terms of turning financial support and other support into tangible results on the ground? Now, ladies and gentlemen, and that is also visible in the book the chairperson was referring to, and that I happily could publish now these days. It's also available here in the bookshop in Timișoara. It is local ownership, and that means institution building. That means support for local capacities in order to make the reform process really happen. But you cannot impose this from outside. This can only be supported, but it has to happen on the ground. Now, Leonard Orban was rightly referring that finances alone are not doing the trick. But I would question, why are we so shy in making more visible how much we are supporting this region? We already once made the mistake not to intervene in such a context, and the consequence was that the Brits could tell everybody the stupidities they were doing until everybody believed Brexit is a better solution. Almost final point. The current context makes me a little bit nervous about how is the process of potential adhesion to the EU perceived here in the Balkans. Because let's face it, with the new strategy that was adopted in Brussels, how to handle enlargement, meaning faster recognition of a candidate status, but more complex negotiations thereafter. Do these countries, question mark, have the impression that there is now a fast-speed train coming with the passengers Ukraine, Moldova, Georgia sitting in and potentially overtaking them? I'm just asking. Now, let me conclude. On the 11th of November 1992, Helmut Kohl gave a speech at the university in Oxford. And the historian Timothy Garden-Ash is reminding us his speech was a bit like German food, too heavy and too much. But, as he continues rightly, Helmut Kohl had a vision to sell. And the vision was the Maastricht Treaty, the European currency, followed by the political union. Now, we all know the latter part is not fulfilled. We don't have a joint foreign policy. So my question and suggestion is, isn't it high time to develop a clear security definition? So what do we need and what do we mean by security? And of course, everybody talking about security means first military security. But there's much more to this. There is the question of internal resilience. There's the question of cyber defense and our digital capacities. The latter, ladies and gentlemen, and our friends from military are certainly aware, AI will have a major part in their capacities in the future. So we cannot put a blind eye because we are concerned about the technology. It's questions around infrastructure, both in terms of capacity, that was highlighted by our Italian friend, and also our defense capacities, which was shown by the blown up in the North Sea. Our supply chains are another angle that needs to be addressed in such a definition as our geopolitical ambitions. And last but not least, health is an important factor as climate challenges. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Richter. I was confirmed with my introductory formula, last but not least. I want to make a confession. Your intervention reminded me a panel I moderated a couple of weeks ago in Bucharest on the Black Sea and Balkan Security Forum with Ambassador von Ischinger and François Hesbourg. The discussion was on strategic autonomy, and it responds to your necessity for a comprehensive definition of security. At that time, Monsieur Hesbourg said it is difficult to understand the European Union because it is such a great, slow-moving and complicated animal that it is difficult to perceive it, to identify the dynamics and the detail of the process when you are not just in. And here it responds to what Madame Arditi was saying, the Balkans will not indefinitely wait. And you mentioned this pedagogical process between the center and the aspiring periphery so far, as it is not yet completely integrated. Again, thank you so much. I think all the 5 interventions in this panel opened the door for 25 minutes questions and answers, and I hope this is time enough I'm looking forward to your comments, and I'm looking forward to the interactive dialogue of the panelists themselves. Thank you so much. Who dares to plunge into the discussion? Who is the first to raise the hand? You are so impressed by the deliveries. If the audience is shy, I will not be shy myself, and I will dare to ask a collective question, meaning how you perceive the ratio between the external pressures and threats, which are complex, and they were mentioned, starting with the after effects and the reverberations of Russia's aggression in Ukraine, pointing out the fact that Russia has been an actor in the Balkans, not the Western, in the Balkans, a historical actor. So we are not speaking of something new. We are speaking of a continuity of presence here. On the other hand, as Mayor Fritz was mentioning earlier, we are speaking of an old part of Europe, because this is old Europe. This is not new Europe. This is old Europe here, what we are speaking of and what Mr. Musetti was referring to. So this is the external dimension, and the other one is the mix with the internal dimension and the difficult internal processes which were touched upon by Madame Arditi. If my question is not too complicated, who would like to pick the challenge? Mr. Orban, you have the floor. Thank you very much.
Okay, this time I will speak in Romanian. Ați ridicat una dintre cele mai mari întrebări, cele mai importante. Care e balanța între, să zic, influența străină în regiune și ce ține de voința internă a părților, a statelor? Nu întâmplător am dat, în discursul meu, am vorbit despre Serbia. Pentru că Serbia reprezintă, într-adevăr, una dintre cele mai mari probleme, pe de o parte un stat cheie pentru toată regiunea Balcanilor de Vest. Fără Serbia, într-un fel sau altul, apropiată sau membru al Uniunii Europene, va fi foarte greu să avem securitate în regiune. Acest lucru este foarte clar. Pe de altă parte, ceea ce vedem e că în momentul de față nimic nu îndreptățește nu aderarea Serbiei la Uniunea Europeană, nici măcar avansarea cu 1 milimetru în procesul de aderare la Uniunea Europeană. Este clar. Și atunci, dacă te uiți cât ține de voința internă și cât e influență externă, în primul rând vei constata, fără niciun fel de tăgadă, că în principal e vorba de lipsa de voință internă. Și în discursul meu m-am referit doar la câteva dintre problemele ridicate de Serbia. Nu m-am referit la alte probleme care au creat mari probleme de securitate, gen cum a fost politica de vize a Serbiei și care, până la urmă, ne-a adus inclusiv pe noi, ne-a transformat în victimă colaterală în procesul de aderare la spațiul Schengen. Dar, dincolo de asta, e un caz foarte clar care ne arată că fără voința politică, fără dorința efectivă de a avansa în proces, da, practic nu ai cum să îndrepți lucrurile. De multe ori, ce m-a frapat în discuțiile cu oficiali sârbi a fost că ei consideră procesul de negocieri de aderare la Uniunea Europeană deci drept un proces tehnic în care bifezi niște căsuțe, îndeplinești niște condiții și Uniunea Europeană trebuie să-ți zică ok, mergem înainte, închidem din ce în ce mai multe capitole și așa mai departe. Când de fapt procesul de negocieri de aderare la Uniunea Europeană e un proces extrem de complex de transformare, modernizare a țării, care necesită voință politică. Țin foarte bine minte din timpul procesului în care în ultimii 5 ani am fost deplin implicat, cât de greu a fost și cât de mult a fost și cât a implicat inclusiv decizie politică, care a fost uneori inclusiv, cum să vă spun, problematică pentru decidenții politici din România care au luat acele decizii. Și dacă nu ai această voință politică, n-ai cum să avansezi. Bun, întrebarea e ce face Uniunea Europeană când are această mare dilemă? Pe de o parte, ai state care nu avansează deloc, în primul rând din cauza lor, nu din cauza influenței externe, dar pe de altă parte trebuie cumva să aduci aceste state în Uniunea Europeană, pentru că altfel nu vom avea pace. Și recentul conflict din Kosovo de Nord ne-a arătat cât de ușor lucrurile pot fi aruncate în aer. Părerea mea este că trebuie să fie focusată atenția sau să se dea câteva exemple, 1-2 exemple din regiune, că se poate reuși. Și că sunt state relativ mici care pot, într-un timp relativ limitat, mediu, zic 7 ani, aproximativ 5-7 ani, să fie foarte aproape sau să devină state membre ale Uniunii Europene. Și în momentul în care vom avea țări precum Albania, Macedonia de Nord sau Muntenegru, deși Muntenegru ne arată că are niște probleme de identitate foarte greu surmontabile, de exemplu, atunci, într-adevăr, asta va fi un pol de atracție și pentru alte state precum Serbia, încă o dată, stat cheie din regiune, astfel încât să facă, să întreprindă acele reforme necesare, astfel încât să poată deveni în termen mediu sau lung stat membru al Uniunii Europene. Și închei spunându-l un ultim lucru. Nu e simplu nici de partea Uniunii Europene. Există o discuție foarte serioasă în momentul de față, cum trebuie să procedezi ca să primești atât de multe state membre, să ai undeva la 35-36 de state membre. Vă dați seama că dacă principiul unanimității pe foarte multe domenii va fi menținut, va fi extrem de complicat să iei decizii gen să impui sancțiuni contra unui stat agresor și așa mai departe. Deci trebuie adaptări inclusiv la nivelul Uniunii.
Next in line, domnul secretar de stat Fota, domnul Richter.
Împărtășesc total ce a zis domnul Leonard Orban. Aș vrea doar să aduc 2 precizări și 2 completări. Obiectivul de a avea o Europă unită, liberă și prosperă se menține ca obiectiv fundamental al Occidentului. Deci la capitolul de mare strategie, aici nu s-a schimbat nimic. Deci în continuare, procesul de a crea o Europă unită, liberă, prosperă, integrată, se menține și se acționează în sensul ăsta și anul trecut s-au luat decizii importante și în Balcanii de Vest, mă refer la decizii legate de Albania și Macedonia de Nord, dar la fel de interesante decizii legate de Georgia, Ucraina și Moldova, mai ales Ucraina și Republica Moldova, care au căpătat și statutul de țări candidate. 2. E adevărat, domnul Orban iarăși a avut dreptate, cu cât e mai mare Uniunea, cu atât trebuie îmbunătățită funcționarea ei și aici sunt deja o serie întreagă de discuții importante, inclusiv România a făcut un pas foarte important în privința asta, acceptând sub imperativul, dacă vreți, evidenței, nevoia ca pe anumite procese decizionale, deciziile importante să fie luate cu majoritate de voturi. Paralizarea Uniunii este un scenariu mult, mult mai prost decât eventualele discuții pe care o astfel de soluție le-ar putea genera. Dar, pe de altă parte, și aici lecția României ar putea fi utilă multor state în Balcanii de Vest. Bătălia pentru integrare se câștigă în țara ta și în fiecare localitate mai mare sau mai mică din țara respectivă. Evident că România a pledat la Bruxelles, format NATO sau UE, ani de zile pentru aderarea sa, dar bătălia a fost câștigată în interior. În interior am convenit în 1997 să evităm capcana confruntării violente interetnice și să invităm UDMR-ul ca reprezentantul politic legitim al minorității maghiare să facă parte din guvern. Și întotdeauna o să fiu mândru de faptul că ca un tânăr funcționar public, am făcut parte și am lucrat pentru guvernul care a luat această decizie fundamentală de a evita ceea ce eu numesc, și asta poate că e un concept mai degrabă academic, dar țin la el, de a evita capcana iugoslavă. Când în Balcanii de Vest, și de asta am și ajuns să facem această diferență, și aici ca o paranteză, eu sper din toată inima că în viitorul apropiat vom elimina această diferență între Balcanii de Vest și prin simetrie Balcanii de Est. Pentru că Balcanii și ei la rândul lor în interiorul unei Europe mai largi și unite trebuie să fie o regiune omogenă, unită și toate țările să împărtășească aceleași valori și să colaborăm cât mai bine între noi și în formatul ăsta balcanic, care până la urmă are o tradiție chiar mai lungă decât cooperarea noastră în format larg european. Deci bătăliile, la București am câștigat și bătălia luptei împotriva corupției, nu e terminată, mai sunt încă lucruri de făcut, dar România a depășit capcana oligarhică. Am și acum articole din presa românească de pe la mijlocul anilor 2000, când, cred că ziarul Financiar a fost cel care a publicat acest articol. Se făcea o analiză comparativă între oligarhii ruși și oligarhii români și reieșea clar din analiza jurnaliștilor de la vremea respectivă că după Rusia, România a doua cea mai oligarhizată țară din Europa Centrală și de Est. Și astăzi este absolut, cum să vă spun, nejustificat, și cel mai bun exemplu este că presa nu mai vorbește despre oligarhi, pentru că problema a fost depășită. A fost depășit impasul legat de dezvoltarea economică a țării, evident, și ca urmare a deciziilor celor două foarte importante de aderare la NATO și Uniunea Europeană. Și ăsta este un lucru pe care noi cred că ar trebui să spunem mai mult decât occidentalii, decât prietenii și aliații și partenerii noștri din Europa de Vest. Pentru că noi suntem dovada clară că soluția aderării la NATO și Uniunea Europeană funcționează. Nu există țară care a aderat la NATO și Uniunea Europeană în ultimii 20 de ani care să vină să spună că se află într-o situație mai proastă, mă refer din punct de vedere intern, al dezvoltării interne, al valorilor democratice, decât acum 20 de ani. Deci atâta timp cât soluția asta europeană sau euroatlantică de aderare la NATO și Europeană, deși înțeleg că sunt diferențe între țări, funcționează și îți arată că odată ce aderi, după o perioadă de timp, vei fi mai bine decât înainte, plus că vei avea aliați și atunci când cineva vine cu tunurile și cu tancurile să-ți dărâme poarta, nu e singur. De ce în continuare să nu fie folosită? Pentru că și faptul că încă mai sunt îndoieli, încă mai sunt probleme, îți arată că totuși în continuare în raportul ăsta extrem de important între interesul național și interesul personal, uneori primează interesul personal. Putin a agresat Rusia din interes pur personal. Nu este un interes național al Rusiei, având în vedere că nimeni nu agresa, nu amenința, nu punea în pericol Rusia și n-a fost să atace Ucraina. Inclusiv dacă mă întrebați pe mine, în recentele tensiuni din nordul Kosovo avem niște aspecte de ordin personal și presa internațională le tratează și bine face. Deci atâta timp cât controlăm această relație foarte importantă și punem interesul public pe primul loc și avem experiența de succes a statelor din Balcanii de Est, deși ăsta nu e un concept celebru, care îți arată că toate țările astea, Slovenia, Bulgaria, România, nu știu dacă geografic, dacă spun și Croația, s-ar putea să merg prea departe din punct de vedere geografic, dar și ei, după aderarea la NATO și Europeană, sunt într-un format și economic, și de valori, și de societate mult, mult mai bun ca acum 20 de ani. Deci eu cred că și elementele astea, alături de cele prezentate de domnul Orban, trebuie luate în calcul și înțeleg că se creează o anumită situație de competiție între Balcanii de Vest, un dosar mai vechi al Uniunii Europene, ca să mă refer numai la aspectul ăsta, și în noile state care au primit perspectiva europeană. Există o soluție și la această problemă, principiul autodiferențierii. De fapt, în Uniunea Europeană ești primit și integrat în momentul în care pregătirea pentru aderare este finalizată. Procesul ăsta iarăși depinde de statele candidate. Poate să fie un proces scurt de câțiva ani, am avut astfel de cazuri în trecut, poate să fie un proces lung de mulți ani de zile și avem și aici exemple, nu vreau neapărat acum eu să le nominalizez. Deci acest pericol al primirii unora înainte altora, după părerea mea, este unul artificial și iarăși politicianist creat, pentru că totul depinde de performanța statelor membre și acum cu expertiza și cu experiența pe care o avem toți și cu modalitatea asta de a pune mână de la mână, să ajutăm statele candidate, eu cred că procesele astea pot fi accelerate, pot fi scurtate, da, cu condiția ca în interiorul societăților respective decizia asta să fie în unanimitate, într-o largă majoritate, nu trebuie unanimitate luată. Mulțumesc.
Mulțumesc foarte mult, domnule secretar de stat. Vreau să vă spun că, într-un fel, mi-a și unor dileme personale. Am ridicat și eu la Bruxelles cu interlocutori amicali, ca să spun așa, chestiunea logicii definirii stricte a Balcanilor de Vest în ansamblu. Dumneavoastră ați prezentat viziunea a ceea ce aspiră Europa să fie Europa geopolitică, iar răspunsul pe care l-am primit în legătură cu formula Balcanilor de Vest a fost tehnico-politic. E definirea unei regiuni care se află într-un anumit stadiu al procesului de aderare, candidatură și așa mai departe. Deci, care nu a făcut pasul spre viziunea mai largă care se conturează acum, pasul pe care l-ați făcut dumneavoastră. Acestea fiind zise, Mr. Richter, I hope you could follow our discussion in Romanian. You have the floor, please.
Thank you very much. Now, the discussion started by the question of Russia's influence, and probably the key question is, why is it so effective? And my reading, you contradict me, madam, please, is because media is so efficient. The absorption of wrong information, at least in our view, is enormous. But where is our counter-reaction? And that is maybe something where also Europe, together with regional partners, should think about whether we cannot try to counter this wrong information policy. The second element that was raised is the enlargement perspectives, and leave alone that the process already lasts for some more than 10 years, which is a long period. The question that is controversially, I think, discussed is, should we take those front runners out and allow them a timely entry, whatever timely means? But that will also bear the risk that the imbalances between the partners in and out will increase. Is this in our interest, in our joint interest? I don't know, I'm just asking. The third element was also raised, the necessity to reform, because if the union grows further, substantial reforms are necessary. But ladies and gentlemen, you have seen what the result was after the famous Future of Europe conference, that basically everybody in the council said, don't even talk about treaty reforms. Everybody is still under the impression of the failure some years ago. Now, the question of unanimity or not unanimity is an interesting one. My take at this moment is, if we would try to abandon this at this very moment, it would not work. By certain partners, it would be perceived of saying, we want that you finally shut up. We need to be careful at which moment. I think the moment was in the past there, we didn't take it. Now, if we do this in this current environment, I think it would backfire, as necessary as it was. Last element, and I close. Yes, Brussels, Western capitals, have realized that the center of gravity has moved towards the east. But I can tell you, it still hurts. It still hurts in Brussels, it still hurts in certain capitals. So what was said at the very beginning, are we listening to this region? Are we listening to this country? No, still not in a sufficient way. Now, I don't know how to make this change. And of course, everybody is now under this brilliant speech by Mr. Macron in Bratislava. Things are on the move, but maybe it's going a bit slow. So I hope that this listening ear towards the east will be a bit bigger than it's for now.
You have a replica from Mr. Fota.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
And I would like to address especially this last part of how much, some Western capitals, are listening us, the ones in Central Europe. I think that they are listening, us much more than in the past, because first of all, it's clear for everybody that we were right, when we tried, and I don't want to remember my many discussions, my Western friends, about what's going on in the Black Sea and what we are, the bad things we are expecting from Russia. But as long as the history proved that we are right, we were right in the past and we are right now, I think that they open more to us. And I give you two examples, Paris. You know, for years, we tried to convince Paris to pay attention to what's going on in the Black Sea. 2 years ago, they decided to come with the concept for the Black Sea. For the first time, after some years of diplomatic efforts and insistence, you know, Paris decided, and we praised that moment, you know, to come with a concept on the Black Sea. And even more interesting, you know, the concept, it was adopted by France, by Paris, in the same time with their concept on Indo-Pacific. And we all know that how important is Indo-Pacific from France because they have territories there. That's one aspect. The second aspect, the Zeitenwende. I mean, we like the Zeitenwende, you know, we believe in Zeitenwende, and the fact that Berlin, you know, is much more military involved, you know, in helping Ukraine. In fact, Germany is the second most important contributor to the defense of Ukraine after US. The fact that the intensity and the quality of dialogue, at least between Romania and Berlin, is growing, you know, year by year. Take this spring, we had in the matter of, I think, 1 month, maybe 5 weeks maybe, we had the visit of Chancellor Scholz and the President Steinmeier in Romania. Is a proof for me that the voice of Romania and the voice of other capitals in the region is stronger, you know, in the Western capitals. I don't want to say that on all the issues raised by us, we have them as partners from the beginning. Of course, that on some debates will take some time, you know, before reaching, you know, a common conclusion. And I think that in the press there are already, you know, some differences, you know, regarding some of the decisions to be taken, you know, for the foreseeable future, either NATO or EU. But definitely, you know, we see in Rome, we see in Spain. Recently, our Romanian Minister of Foreign Affairs attended the trilateral meeting with the Minister of Foreign Affairs from Spain and Poland. So countries number 4, 5, and 6 in Europe coming together, you know, and Spain having a much stronger dialogue in the trilateral format with Romania and Poland is another proof that in the capitals of the whole Europe, there is much more time and availability for our problems. And I think that's something to be saluted and to be welcome.
Thank you so much, Mr. Fota. I have a question from a former colleague who is now a professor in the university, Western University of Timișoara. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much.
You have the same problem as I with the
to say thank you very much for an excellent contribution, obviously, having such a distinguished panel. Very, very much thought-provoking. It's obvious that the European Union is a very difficult animal to handle, but it's also very creative. We are creating something that is unique in history. My question, and it's also obvious that there is this incredible tension that was being so clearly presented here between what do we do, how can we extend when we cannot extend because there are so many tensions and so many problems, internal, external, problems on one side, problems on the outside. Because we are creative as a union, can't we think of a new architecture for extension? Extending, but in different terms. Extending both the European Union, but also NATO. And finding new ways of, for instance, integrating countries like Ukraine, countries like all the Balkans that are of the hot debate here. Isn't it time for the European Union, the Commission particularly, to come up with some creative new architecture of extension, rather than staying stuck with the old way of extending that was very efficient for a while, but now it looks like it's a different context. Why don't we adapt? And I think that would be my challenge for all of us, but I know time is running out.
Well, you had the demiurgic question indeed. I mean, in 5 minutes, I don't know if the mega project, the design can be covered, but who will pick the challenge? Mr. Orban.
What I will tell you is my personal opinion, of course. I don't think that there is an alternative to the membership status. So whatever we will try to do, whatever we will try to imagine, there will be always the pressure coming from the candidate countries or potential candidate countries to become member of the EU. Why? Because it is a huge difference between being member of the EU and being outside the EU. it's so obvious, I don't want to give you many proofs from this point of view. So I'm very skeptical. Whatever we will try to imagine, whatever the Commission will try to imagine, and I can tell you as a former commissioner that they are very clever people there. Despite the image as a very bureaucratic institution, now there is an institution with so many absolutely bright people, of course, but there is the political will. And the political will, it's always very clear. There is no alternative. For example, how it's called this European political community, it was not seen. Even the Ukrainians, for example, were very strongly against any, let's say, ideas of having an alternative to the EU, or let's say something which will can be seen as a step before the membership. So I don't think we can imagine something else, and the only issue which has to be done is to, let's say, to make, for the candidate countries, to make the necessary reforms to adopt the EU values, to subscribe to EU values, and to become ultimately member of the EU.
Mr. Richter, this will be the last answer. It will be yours, because the security panel is coming strong.
No, never fumble around with security. It's very dangerous. They have weapons. Very briefly, I think Leonard Orban was completely right. EPC, by some, is already perceived as the waiting room forever. And if we want to move forward with a more joint foreign policy and security policy, we need everybody around the table. Second point, and thank you, Leonard, for referring to the values of Europe. There was recently a very interesting meeting that was discussing the whole question around the construction of the Union. And there was a lawyer who was writing on the fundamental charts text at the time. And he said, ladies and gentlemen, in hindsight, it was probably a mistake that we wrote in Article 2 values instead of legal principles. And his reasoning was, values are a dilemma. Everybody will have a different interpretation. Legal principles are very clear-cut, and we could fight certain countries who are not behaving in a different way than we do, because we are running around values. Thank you.
Mr. Richter, thank you very much for this apotheotic conclusion, but let us say, of our panel. I invite you for 3 loud cheers for our panelists, and I'm sure the discussions will go during the break and after, and will stimulate the incoming panel. Thank you very much, everybody, for your attention.
all of you for being present at the second panel of the Security Challenges in the Balkan Region Conference. The title of the panel is The Balkan Powder Keg and the Lessons Learned from the Russian Aggression in Ukraine. A title which comprises at least three main key elements. First of all is the powdered keg definition, which definitely refers to the instability of the region and the character of continuous change we are witnessing here in our part of the world. Second thing is, of course, the conflict in Ukraine and its implication over the region, and the third one would be the lessons learned, which might be considered one of the key goals at this panel. I'm fully delighted and honored to welcome the distinguished members of our panel here. And briefly, I will introduce them. First of all, to my right, Mrs. Secretary of State Simona Cojocaru from the Ministry of Defense, currently the Chief of the Department of Defense Policy and, as I mentioned already, the State Secretary level as well. Thank you for being here, ma'am. On my left, Mr. Igor Bandovic, the Director of the Belgrade Center for the Security Policy in Serbia. Thank you, sir, for joining us. To my far right, Major General retired Leonardo Dinu, former Deputy Chief of Romanian Military Intelligence Directorate for Operations, currently member of the Scientific Council of the New Strategy Center. Online, we have Mr. Greg Melcher, the Chief Operations Officer of the Center for the Study of New Generation Warfare, Washington, D.C. I would like to know if Greg is with us. It is, yeah? Thank you. And to my far left, Mr. Mehmet Ugur Ekinci, researcher, Foundation for Political, Economic and Social Research, SETA, Ankara, Turkey. So as you can notice, a very condensed mix of expertise here. Actually, an exceptional set of expertise brought at the table in front of you, from which we all expect solid regional perspectives on the topics and the challenges of this panel. In order to introduce the discussion here, first of all, I would like to mention a few introductory remarks. First of all, Black Sea and the Balkan security represent a continuum. We cannot separate them, and it's a connection without no doubt. Further, Romania sees the Balkans as an area of paramount trust for its security and contributes significantly to any initiatives, political and military, in the region. I won't refer to a lot of them, but in order to introduce our first speaker, Mrs. Secretary of State, I would like to mention two facts. First is that the fact that Romania is present with militarily in operations in the Balkans for many, many years. I would mention Altea here in Bosnia and Herzegovina and in K4, but also is an active member and part of another important initiative, important for the discussion today, which is the Southeast European Defense Ministerial, which, by the way, held a meeting in late March this year, and one of the decisions taken there was to hand over the chairmanship of this program from Sofia to Bucharest, and probably Mrs. Secretary of State will address a few ideas about it. I don't want to make the discussion any longer. What I would like to finish with is the fact that we are prepared to deliver, of course, expertise from both the defense policy makers' point of view, from academia, and also from military experience, and also in a somehow rich mix of regions. And With this, ma'am, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Does this work? Yes. Good morning. Good morning to all. I'm really glad to be here in Timișoara once more. It's already my second time this year, and I will be for sure the third time. I will expand this a little bit later. So thank you, New Strategy Center, for inviting me, and also the West University of Timișoara. You know, defense is very well represented here in this hall. This part of the room is full of military. So we are very proud of being here together. Very, very good panel, the first one. I'd like myself to thank the panelists for the insights, for sharing with us so important lessons learned, if you like, in relation with the Western Balkans. And yes, we have to listen more carefully the voices from Western Balkans, and I'm really very glad that we have here with us such voices. I was in Belgrade last fall, taking part in the Belgrade Security Conference. It was for me a premiere, and I promise I will come back again. It's important to go there and to send messages and to have conversation with officials, with think tankers at their home. So today I will try to distinguish and to talk a little bit how we see from the defense policy side of the house what is happening right now in the Western Balkans. But I will start by saying that Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine has caused reverberation globally, but particularly in Western Balkans, and this is absolutely very important in our conversation today. Russia has long nurtured ties with this region and also exerts influence through different channels here. And moreover, Moscow exploits every chance to prevent Euro-Atlantic integration, European integration of the Western Balkans. And you know very well, it uses soft power instruments like ethnicity, religion, instrumentalization of energy, fake news, all in all, hybrid tactics. So I think that learning from the Russian war of aggression in Ukraine currently, and it's in disinformation and propaganda campaign, it's very much important because we have to counter hybrid threats towards the region through enhancing resilience. We keep saying how important is resilience in such a region like Western Balkans, and of course, in consolidating the resilience of our eastern partners, the Republic of Moldova and Georgia, and of course, Ukraine. But, ladies and gentlemen, this is not a big word. It's a fundamental, existential at some point concept that we need to devote even more attention. And I think the experience of the war in Ukraine has demonstrated how important the battle of narrative is. It's fundamental. And it's so simple at the end of the day. We have to counteract. We have to do more ourselves. And some of the speakers this morning talked about going through directly to the young generation. It's absolutely important. And I think it is vital to continue common endeavors at EU and NATO level. This morning we heard a lot about EU level, but we have also NATO here playing an important role for building lasting peace and security. And we have seen all the recent escalations in northern Kosovo, and you know, it's absolutely clear that the dynamics of security in this region is still very much fragile. And I would like to say something which is clear-cut. For Romania, the Western Balkans region is of strategic importance. Very clear. And supporting, for instance, the armed forces in Bosnia-Herzegovina, collective and combined training within EUFOR Althea, a very important operation under Berlin Plus arrangements, an EU operation. We are thinking this has a key role in maintaining a safe and stable environment in this country. Because, you know, Romania is taking now, currently, if you like, a more prominent role. We are a long-standing contributor to this operation, but more recently, we became the most important one. So I would like very much to take this away with you. So Romania is currently the most important troop contributor in Althea, and that's why very recently we took over an important position there, one-star general, brigadier, chief of staff, and soon, 2025, Romania will have the command of the operation, which is kind of premier for leading us to what I said, a more prominent role in Western Balkans. And of course, we are an important contributor to NATO KFOR, and probably you have followed also the evolutions at NATO level. In the aftermath of the recent escalation, NATO deployed furthermore 700 troops in Kosovo. So, foreign interferences, information, manipulation campaigns, this all raises concerns. And our coordination in NATO, in EU, is absolutely relevant. Ursula von der Leyen talked very recently when adopting the 4-pillar package for the Western Balkans, you know, granting more access to the European single market for the countries in the Western Balkans. She talked about bringing Western Balkans closer to the European Union. And we are saying that also we have to go closer to Western Balkans. This is absolutely important. Our moderator already mentioned an important initiative, but I'm not pretty sure that the majority in this room knows what it is all about. It is called Southeastern Europe Defense Ministerial. A very important initiative, and Romania is going to have the presidency of this initiative for 2 years, starting this August. And by the way, one of the first events under our presidency will take place here in Timișoara. Because, you know, it's very much relevant. Timișoara is in 2023 the European cultural capital of Europe, the proximity to Western Balkans, so it will be a perfect space and location for us coming here with representatives from the Western Balkans. Albania, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Bulgaria, Croatia, Georgia, Greece, Italy, North Macedonia, Montenegro, Romania, Slovenia, Serbia, Turkey, US, Ukraine, and Republic of Moldova as an observer. So what we are seeing here? We are seeing a construct of countries being members of the Southeastern Defense Ministerial from Western Balkans, Southeastern Europe, and Eastern partners. And of course, Italy, US. So look, here we are in bringing together, in making the link between two very important strategic regions, Western Balkans and Black Sea region for Romania. So I'm not shy in saying that SEDEM had, you know, a very prominent role prior to, let's say, Romania's succession to NATO and to EU, and also prior to other countries in the region accession. But after this, we put it in a way on hold, in a stand-by status. It was kind of sleeping beauty, and our aim, taking the presidency of this initiative, is to revive it. So we have ambitions. We do hope we will make it more visible, valuable. This is in our hands, and we have to do more with this initiative, which is regarded not as a competitor, for sure, for NATO or EU, but as a natural expression of regional cooperation within the landscape of European and Euro-Atlantic common goals of democratic values. I cannot but to mention the fact that there is another important initiative which is called B9, Bucharest 9. It's an initiative dedicated to the countries on the eastern flank. But what is very much interesting, our leaders met very recently in Slovakia. There are different formats, head of states and government, foreign ministers, defense ministers, and I have to say that on the agenda is very, high also the issue of the cooperation with the Western Balkans. So Romania advocated very much bringing this into more light, even when talking in benign format. Just a couple of words, because I think we are going to have some time afterwards about the Russian war of aggression in Ukraine, and in a way, the link with the Western Balkans. But again, the link is very clear. And I will add to our discussion in relation to Russia, also China's involvement in the Western Balkans. And I will start by saying that at its core, the war of aggression in Ukraine, it's not simply about territory, but about the country's future as an independent nation. It's very, very much important. And I think the unity and the support that the international community, EU, and also NATO member states offered to Ukraine demonstrated our shared willingness to actively stand against the Russian threat. This is the key point, to stand together against the Russian threat, be it, in the war of aggression in Ukraine, but also in the Western Balkans. And of course, we are talking today about the biggest reinforcement, if you like, of the collective defense on the eastern flank, which is absolutely very much satisfying for a country like Romania. Probably you know how important decisions our leaders took last year, throughout the year, in Madrid summit. We are now preparing for the Vilnius summit. 5,000 troops are now in Romania. And I will take what Mirko Musetti said about the pivotal role that Romania is playing at the military level in providing stability and security on the eastern flank, with reverberations also to the Western Balkans. So, I think the link between the Black Sea and the Western Balkans is absolutely fundamental. And yes, Romania is, pivoting between two strategic regions in our defense and security. And we are playing a responsible role. We are a steadfast ally, and we are continuing to do so, because we are very much convinced that the place of the countries in the Western Balkans, and also the place of our eastern neighbors, is in the European family. Thank you.
We thank you, Mrs. Secretary of State. I think you pointed out the most important things to be said in the context from the defense policy expert point of view and the leader point of view. I took some notes here. I highlighted a few ideas. First, how important the narrative is. I think it's a takeaway issue for experts, but not only. And the fact that regional initiatives are a natural expression of defense, and they complete the other bigger, larger organizations' role, like EU and NATO, of course. I don't want to keep the floor too much. I would like to invite Mr. Igor Vandovic to provide us with its insight. Thank you.
Yes, this is on. Thank you very much. I want to thank New Strategy Center for the pleasure to be here and to present what we at the Belgrade Center for Security Policy think about the Balkans, more specifically Western Balkans, or the remaining of the Balkans, which is not in the EU. And maybe just a word or two about the title itself of this panel. When we say the powder keg, it sounds that the Balkans is going to explode any day now.
which I think at the moment is overstatement. But I do think that the Balkans has its security challenges, and particularly these challenges are coming from the unfinished business of EU Atlantic integration of the region. Basically, what we have in the Balkans is that we have countries which have not joined, for different reasons, which have not joined EU nor NATO. And maybe just to say a few words about this. After 2000, when democratic changes took place in, I think, two most important countries in the Balkans, Croatia and Serbia, I think there was a big enthusiasm coming from both sides of the countries of the Balkans, but also from the EU about the enlargement, democratization of these countries. And I think Thessaloniki summit in 2003 actually confirmed that, when all the leaders of the then EU said that the future of the Balkans lies in the EU. Nevertheless, a lot of things happened after that, and EU had gone through multiple crises, just to mention economic crisis, migration crisis, and I think somehow the Balkans, not to mention the wars, the global war on terror, and the 9/11 and everything else, and somehow the Balkans slipped off the agenda as a priority. For the other countries which didn't really share the agenda of the EU for the Balkans and the NATO, this void was fulfilled by their interference, which happened, in my mind, probably around 2008, 2009, and then increased in 2015. Why is that? I think this happened because the hesitation of these countries to do the reforms on one hand side. On the other hand side, I think the EU was tired of accession. And in this in-between period, we have let Russia and China starting to be very, very increasingly present in the region. If we ask ourselves whether they're there, yes they are, whether this is preventing the EU accession process and NATO enlargement of these countries, I think no. But are they there? Yes, they are. I think this is something to be considered when we are talking about the challenges in the Balkans. If we ask ourselves then, is there going to be any new war in the Balkans? I would say no, because who would fight this war? If we are thinking, for example, about Serbia, which is the only country, basically, which is not part of the NATO and doesn't have NATO troops on its territory, it is surrounded by the NATO. I don't think Serbia is really willing to go into the war with NATO. It happened in 1999. We know how this ended up. So in that regard, I don't think we are dealing with a huge security challenge, but we are dealing with the security risks which are enormous. And this comes from, let's say, more softer security aspects, such as rule of law, lack of the willingness of the governments of these countries to join the EU, hybrid threats, Russian propaganda, basically proxy states which work along the lines of Russia in fighting West. And I think this is the real problem and this is the real challenge for the Balkans. Because we have countries which in these now circumstances where we have the war in Ukraine are basically not aligning with the Western values, with the Western position when it comes to this war. And I think, justly we ask ourselves whether these people and these countries are really our friends or foes. And this is the question, especially I think in Serbia, and this is the country where I'm coming from, where actually I think 10 years of deep propaganda resulted in basically in the attitudes of citizens which we have never seen in this country, where you have 72% of the people who are in favor of the Russia when it comes to the war in Ukraine. Serbia has never been closer than Russia than today in the minds of the people, not even during the communist times. And for the EU, for the NATO, and especially for the, let's say, EU-minded citizens of Serbia, this is a huge challenge, how to deal with this. My opinion is that the current government is using anti-Western sentiments to stay in power. It has nothing to do with the strategic alliance with Russia. It has to do with their position that they want to have balancing act, so when Western countries are pressuring them, they go to the East. When East is pressuring them, they go to West. And this is how they stay in power. But this doesn't solve the problem. I think the only possibility for us to solve this problem, and this is how we will solve the Western Balkans, is to finish the job in Serbia. Serbia has to become a member of both NATO and the EU. Because this is the strategic country, it's the biggest country, and it will have multiply positive effect on all other countries in the region. This is how we will solve Bosnia, this is how we will solve Kosovo. And this is the only possibility. If we keep Serbia, let's say, in the hands or as a playground of Russia, we will have insecurity in the Balkans. The other question is how to do that. As we are speaking here at this conference, hundreds, thousands of citizens of Serbia are protesting against the current government. They are united against this slogan of Serbia against violence, because the level and culture of the violence in Serbia in the last couple of years has increased to the level where actually citizens cannot stand it anymore. All the pro-European opposition parties are gathered around this and standing behind this protest. We will see how this will end up. President Vučić has announced new snap elections just this week. Maybe we will see some positive developments by the end of this year. But if we see this, I think for the EU and the NATO and all the allies and all the partners who want to see the Balkans anchored in the West, I think they have to allow space for the changes to take place. And this is, I think, crucial point. And as of that time, if we really decide to have this and have some strategic plan for the Balkans, I think we will solve the problems of this remaining part of the Europe, which is not neither in NATO nor in the EU. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bandovic. Another brilliant radiography of the environment in the region. I think everybody, and it was clear, a clear message, the message that NATO and EU should finish the job in your country, and I think this will be one of the takeaways of this conference. And I will not comment. Probably during the Q&A session we can extend a little bit how we can do this. Further, we have Major General retired Leonardo Dino, former Deputy Chief of Romanian Military Intelligence Directorate and currently member of the Scientific Council of the New Strategy Center. Is a different area of expertise, but I expect his insight very much looking forward for them. Leo, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, still good morning to everyone. I'm very happy to see on my right uniformed men and women, which I'm very grateful we are here, especially we are working here near the Balkans, and members of academia. I have to acknowledge that I have to change the speech because Mrs. Secretary of State Cojocaru touched upon many things I wrote. I hope you didn't read my paper last night. And also I would like to continue with the presentation that started with Mirko Unseti, and to present to you my opinion about the linkage between Russian aggression, Russian war in Ukraine and the Balkans. So I will change my presentation. I will give you some examples in order to stress what Mrs. Cojocaru said, also Igor Bandovic and other previous speakers in this conference, amazing conference. First of all, next slide. First of all, I would like to say that there is a strong connection between the war in Ukraine and the situation, security situation in the Balkans. In my opinion, in my assessment, and what I would like to mention that I was deployed in all Balkan countries, from Albania to Bosnia-Herzegovina many times, and I know personally the security situation in these regions. So my opinion is that we are at war. And Russia is waging a war against NATO, European Union, against Western democracies. And it's a hybrid war. Hybrid war is divided in a conventional war and asymmetrical means. And you have on the slide that in Ukraine, Russia is waging a conventional, pure conventional war, including some other hybrid instruments. But in the other regions against NATO, European Union, and Western democracies, it's waging a hybrid war. Why? Because starting with 1991, Russia realized they lose their, the position of being a major power in the world. And they started to be involved in those regions. They could say, and they can project their power. And the Balkans was one of them. So we realized that Russia is involved there, but we said that it's still a partner. Situation changed a little bit, more than a little bit, in 2004, when Romania and Bulgaria in the Balkans and Black Sea region were admitted to NATO. For Russia and for Kremlin, this was a major security challenge. They saw that NATO is expanding and the security space of Russia is shrinking. And they start to use the frozen conflicts in the areas of Black Sea and in the Balkans in order to foment different actions. Another thing that I would like to mention was the colored revolutions that also put a lot of pressure to Kremlin. And they started to think that all these colored revolutions will lead to democratization of former CIS countries in the region. And Russia will not have any other instrument in order to control this. So in my opinion, the Balkans are treated by Moscow as a frozen conflict. They can act and to continue to use hybrid instruments in order to maintain the status quo, actual status quo, and not to permit accession to especially NATO as a security organization and to European Union. So in the middle you see the targeted state. I think the targeted state is NATO and European Union, and they use Ukraine as a justification in this war against NATO and European Union. And in the other parts of the region, like in the Balkans, in Georgia, and in Transnistria and Moldova, they use all the other means of hybrid wars. In the political field, and the diplomatic, legal, economic, and I have examples for everyone. Let's imagine that there is a corridor from Russia through the Black Sea towards the Balkans. And they are using political means, the legal frameworks that Russia inherited from the former Soviet Union, including being part of Danube Commission, imagine this, and other formats, using the religion, the Orthodox Church, using the Pan-Slavic language, and changing the attitude of the people. Also using the, like Mr. Bandovich mentioned very, very well, information warfare. So all this, we feel it, and we have like not lessons learned, but lessons identified, and we have to find out strategies, doctrines in order to combat all this. Next slide. So these are, examples of hybrid tools that Russia used not only in Ukraine, but also from Ukraine towards the Black Sea, Bulgaria, North Macedonia, Serbia, and Bosnia-Herzegovina. Why they are using these tools? And I will mention some. In order to counter in the middle, you see the international Western democracies, international communities, especially NATO, United States, and European Union. They used in the Black Sea all the conventional forces, and now it's waging infamous war against Ukraine. What they developed in the Black Sea region, it's against NATO. It's now creating a pressure to eastern flank, but not only, to whole organization. They use the intelligence, and we have many examples in using intelligence services in the Balkans, starting from the Black Sea. And we have the greatest example in 2016 in Montenegro, when 2 or 3 GRU officers had an operation in order to block Montenegro accession to the religious demonstrations and public demonstrations. That was a nightmare. We don't have to forget the private military companies in the region, like Wagner companies and other. Some of them were recruited from Serbia and Montenegro. Other instruments were night wolves, providing Russian propaganda to the region. My colleague Bandovic mentioned that the Balkans is not a powder keg. For me, it's a powder barrel. Can ignite any time if we take into account the relations between Serbia and Kosovo, and any time can ignite the tensions, especially that the first priority for the Serbian foreign policy is Kosovo. And for this, we have other actors from the regions that are coming together in order to support Serbia or Serbian narratives. Not only Russia, but we have seen neighbors like Hungary and Austria that are very much involved in the region. We have to mention the interethnic animosity between the Serbs and Croats and Serbs and Bosniaks. There is still a mistrust and not an hate, but there is a very much distrust, and any time can appear a sparkle to this powder barrel. In terms of religion, we've seen that religion is playing a major role from the Balkans, including in Bulgaria, North Macedonia, Montenegro, Serbia, and Republic of Srpska. Actually, there are some nuances, and I'm waiting your questions to answer to that. Next slide. So moving to the reflections on the Western Balkans, Russia's strategy of continuous destabilization in the region. This is their major objective. Russia strategically opposes long-term stability, democratization, and liberalization in the Balkans. It has leveraged linguistic, cultural, and religious ties to establish media, cultural and intelligence influence in the region. Pro-Russian media outlets have successfully imposed anti-democratic and anti-Western narratives, while some domestic political actors have become their spokesperson and puppets. I would like to mention here that Russian media is not very much watched or listened in Serbia. We have Sputnik, Russia, former Russia Today. But local newspapers, some of them funded by the Serbian government, they take the narratives from the Russians and they spread it to the people. And what we have now, and Mr. Bandovic expressed very well the idea, we had the Cold War when former Yugoslavia was not so close to Russia. After 1999 events and Kosovo issue, Russia began to be very much involved. And remember the special operation taking Slatina Airport, the first airdropping after Second World War, and before NATO having moving the troops inside Kosovo. And after that, the politicians in Serbia started to rely on Russia, especially Russia was a Security Council, UN Security Council member, and they blocked all the initiatives. So at the beginning, the politicians started to rely very much on Russian narratives, and later on, and we are discussing about European Union integration, they cannot move much because the voters, 80% of the voters are against NATO and pro-Russians. So it's very hard now to play politically in Serbia. I already mentioned the role of church in Serbia, the Russification of Serbian narrative, we have to take into account. Manipulation of interethnic disputes, especially in Bosnia and Herzegovina. What I would like to, and I would like to conclude my speech. Yes, indeed, all the speakers mentioned, and I totally agree, Serbia is positioned as a key platform for Russian interest in the Balkans. And for us also, and the neighboring countries, Romania also, NATO, European Union, we must focus with the lessons identified or lessons learned already to Serbia as a key actor in the region. In conclusion, what I see, and they are my own assessments, there are possible three scenarios, three factors for the Balkans that must be taken into consideration. That Russia can foment a cessation or the dissolution of Bosnia and Herzegovina state, or preventing EU and NATO presence in the Balkans, and the third, a possible, which is possible, a possible transfer of the conflict from Ukraine to the Balkans in order to distract the international community from the conventional war in Ukraine. Thank you very much.
We thank you, General. I would like to summarize somehow the structure of this talk was for the military side of the house definitely an end ways means no, but is not. But I think this was learned in years of military planning, but it's not belonging only to the military. It's a general way of analyzing a topic, and the end has been very clearly stated. The Russian strategy for continuous destabilization of the Balkan, I think it's also another important takeaway. The ways through colorful revolutions, through hybrid warfare, and the means, I will not repeat them, were presented very clearly: conventional forces, actions, energy, infrastructure destruction, propaganda, private military components, and so on. This on top of the very clear presentation of the threat, which somehow Mrs. State Secretary brought an important, I think, idea, is not only the security defense connection between the crisis in Ukraine and the Balkans, it's also the threat very well connected in between the two. I think so. We should move forward. We have actually on a VTC connection Mr. Greg Melcher, which currently serves as the Chief Operation Officer for the Center for the Study of New Generation Warfare. I would kindly invite Greg to deliver his speech. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thanks, Mihai. Am I coming across clearly?
We can hear you, Greg. Please continue.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mihai, and many thanks to the New Strategy Center for hosting this important event and allowing me the opportunity to participate, even if remote. I only wish I were there in Timișoara. It's one of my favorite cities in Romania. I have to say, I violently agree with much of what General Dino just said, and if I were more glib, I would try to recast my presentation a little bit, at least the first part, but unfortunately, I'm not that good at it, so I'm just going to give it as is, and it will reinforce some of his points and maybe add a few other perspectives. Being from the center of the study of new generation warfare, I must start by emphasizing that when we say new generation warfare, we mean it as defined by Russia, and it's important that we understand how they think about it and not overlay Western perceptions. They think differently than us even now, and far too often I see people drifting away and continue to apply Western thinking to explain Russian behavior. New generation warfare was defined by Russia as a continuum of 9 elements. 4 of them are primarily non-kinetic, or what others, including this foreman, might call hybrid or gray zone activities, and General Dino gave a nice chart showing that. And they're used to prevail in an information war, and that is their preferred form of warfare according to the Russian Empire. The next 4 elements are primarily kinetic, or most think of as conventional warfare, and the 9th and last element is the threat of destruction from nuclear use, or destroyed nuclear or hydroelectric power plants and chemical facilities. Essentially, this 9 elements includes any attack that might cause a large and lasting damage to major infrastructure. Certainly, the recent destruction of the Kharkava Dam is having a catastrophic impact in Ukraine. We don't yet know the full scope of damage, but I'm very concerned about the potential meltdown at the nuclear reactors, as well as impacting the Ukrainian farmers and their breadbasket who depend on irrigation canals from this now depleted reservoir. We're getting the same reassurances from Russia that we got during the early stages of Chernobyl. So I think we have to worry about this. And of course, that reservoir also felt the canal to Crimea, which will go through a desertification process if something isn't done about it. As Russia views information warfare as a primary form of warfare, these 9 kinetic elements are seen first. But at any time, conventional warfare of this 9th element can be added where needed to achieve their goals. And clearly, in the last year and a half, we've seen all this. Furthermore, just because they are engaged in a conventional conflict does not mean that information war comes to an end. Frankly, Russia, in my mind, could lose on the ground in Ukraine and still win overall long-term by using information warfare to destabilize and destroy Western societies. One only need to look at the risk to the U.S. from January to 6th to see how close to the edge and potentially fragile our societies have become due to this information manipulation. Hopefully it is clear to all by now that Russia has engaged in such an information warfare against our Western liberal democracies over 15 years, with impacts to Brexit and elections in the U.S. and EU. Now in Ukraine, they have turned to the kinetic elements. Had this special military operation been successful, as most believe it would, I think it would inevitable that they would have turned their kinetic capability on Eastern Europe, just as President Putin promised in his summer of 2021 speech. As he keeps saying, he's not kidding. Certainly had Ukraine fallen quickly as many expected, Romania would have had a border with Russia, with Putin moving conventional military in the Baltic direction while using his extensive information warfare apparatus to dissuade the U.S. and NATO from generating forces to take back the Baltics. Without question, Russia is responsible for creating competing narratives in all our societies. It is true in Romania, in the United States, in most EU countries, and in the Western Balkans. In the U.S., we have a core group of Make America Great Again radical right extremists in our Republican Party, and they control about 1/3 of our voting population. These people want to follow an autocratic leader. They don't believe in democracy or even understand that their policies are fascist. And they even wear T-shirts that say better Russian than Democrat. Russia has certainly had a hand in developing and grooving this movement in America, but some of it is sadly just basic human nature, bad behavior by our leaders. I just read the other day of a senator in the Romanian parliament reading from the Russian narrative playbook, just as a recent candidate for governor in the U.S. had a podcast disputing science, facts, and that maybe the world is flat, and why do we have globes? I was secretly hoping what I saw in this video was a satire or a deep fake, but I verified it's true. In many cases, they don't even understand the issue. It's simply if the party in power is for it, then the party not in power is against it. The concept of what is best for the country, the world, seems to be lost in these power games. To achieve their ends, these extremists were willing to use their minority position to undermine raising the debt ceiling, forcing the U.S. into bankruptcy without the slightest concern about the impact of the U.S. economy, and fully oblivious to the impact how the holder of the world's major reserve currency would impact the rest of the world's economies. Sad to say. To amplify these points of information manipulation, at the Black Sea and Baltic Security Forum last month in Bucharest, Dr. Alina Baraganau briefed how Romania has the same issue, where about a third in total of Romanian voters believe that some combination of the U.S., Ukraine, NATO, and EU are responsible for the war in Ukraine. We find in the U.S. that this cohort tends to get their information from a few narrow sources, such as Facebook accounts they follow, a Telegram channel, or equivalent spouting lies and disinformation, or from a clearly biased news source, such as Fox News, telling their viewers unending falsehoods, encouraging hate in the pursuit of ratings and the resulting income. The Murdoch family, owners of Fox News, lost a lawsuit and are being forced to pay a large penalty for promoting election falsehoods by blaming the makers of voting counting machines. They face another lawsuit from another voting machine manufacturer, which seeks even larger penalties. And by the way, the thing about the $800 million is that if you look at the profits they made and the insurance that they have, they really didn't have to pay a whole lot. I think they came out ahead financially, maybe not with the next lawsuit. However, these are private lawsuits. It's unfortunate in the West we have not figured out how to allow the fundamental principle of free speech to coexist in our superheated social media and broadcast environments, a way to stop the willful spread of mis and disinformation used to manipulate the gullible public and to achieve profit motives at a great expense to our democratic principles. Certainly, these information warfare challenges won't be any better in the complex Balkans. And actually here, I will jump ahead because I think Leo just covered this quite well. So I'd like to turn to conventional warfare lessons learned, and first note that this was a special military operation run by Putin and his intelligence service, not a war that would have been planned and implemented by the Russian general staff, even if now it's been put back in their area of responsibility with much of their equipment destroyed. As a result of any of this, the lessons learned must be carefully considered. Many of the lessons only apply to this unique situation and might not apply in a different conflict. I would think, though, that the most important lesson learned that would apply in all cases of conventional warfare is the Russian Empire's level of corruption and how that resulted in lower military readiness in the form of poor training and material conditions of its forces and equipment. I wonder if that is also true of the Empire's nuclear deterrent or their maritime forces. Perhaps the sinking of the warship Moscow early in the war may be one indicator of this. The next critical lesson is the will to fight and further giving creative control as far down the military command as possible. This philosophy is a substantial advantage enjoyed by NATO countries, and fortunately ample training opportunities are provided by NATO countries to Ukraine. In fact, I just read of Ukrainians returning from Sweden having been trained and given 50 Swedish CV-90 infantry fighting vehicles, which hopefully will come into their offense here in the near future. Another critical lesson is that it's not enough just to buy new capabilities. We must also ensure that we provide the resources for training, maintenance, and most important, enough munitions to last for what could be a lengthy conflict. All these elements must be in balance, and we have seen time and time again they're not in our Western militaries. And I go back to the Navy in the 90s having run readiness, and that was the case then. We didn't buy anywhere near enough. There needs to be a well-thought-through balance of forces in each country. What is needed to defend the country until NATO under Article 5 can arrive to help in a country's defense. Only now are we starting to see the NATO planning process in SACEUR being allowed to organize such an approach. And I applaud the idea of organizing acquisition in NATO countries towards the end of collective defense as it used to be in the Cold War. We knew then what each country's responsibilities were along the inter-German border, and we trained to that requirement in the Reforger series of exercises. Let's hope that this conflict results in NATO continuing to move in this direction and begin to apply more coherence towards the Western systems acquired and the scenarios under which NATO forces train. It may not be fully understood that Ukraine has a very dense air defense network. This has kept a superior Russian Air Force at bay, now limited mostly to launching long-range missiles and unable to conduct what would have been devastating bombing missions inside Ukraine. Air defense is a NATO mission established in the late 50s, and there was an air defense belt procured collectively by NATO, which was not sustained once the wall fell in the 1990s. It's time to relook such a concept of air defense and explore collective opportunities in other military areas. Speaking of range, any country clearly needs some munitions that could reach an adversary's rear supply lines, something I'm sorry to say that the U.S. administration has been very slow to provide, unfortunately appearing to be paralyzed with fear of causing escalation and a lack of clear specification of the desired outcome in Ukraine. My last comment, I'm not sure I know the right answer, but the Russian Empire does not value its citizens' lives and was willing to engage in mass human wave attacks. I don't know the answer to this, but it does say that fully devoting your forces to precision weapons is not an answer either. An unending supply of 150mm shells and similar munitions for artillery, tanks, and infantry is needed, either pre-procured or by keeping factories warm so they can gear up quickly to produce more on a reasonable timeline. This is another area where all NATO countries should work together so that not every country needs to keep a level of production capability ready for every type of weapons or munition. Despite the concerns about Russian influence in Serbia, and I agree with them, Serbia has cooperated here and having maintained a production capability for artillery munitions, they have procured a substantial inventory of new shells sold to the U.S., and we know where they have gone. The military-to-military relationship with Serbia remained positive, with their child recently visiting the U.S. and the commander of the U.S. National Guard having just visited Belgrade this week. I don't have recent data, but a few years ago, military exercise cooperation with the U.S. was an order of magnitude greater than Russia. I see these as hopeful signs around the broader, more negative concerns already voiced today about Russia and China influence in Serbia, and they're not aligning with the sanctions as just one example. I think my time's up here, so I'll conclude with this. It's important to keep in mind the enemy gets a vote, and they may think and behave in ways that may be abhorrent to Western civilization. Attacks on infrastructure such as the dam may be something in the West where we want to say, they would never do that. But sadly, we face an adversary who may not stop at what we in the West consider to be abhorrent and a war crime. Thus, we must be prepared for these contingencies. Once again, my thanks to the New Strategy Center for a chance to offer my comments, to the chair and my other panel members for the presentation. I look forward to further dialogue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Meltzer. I will take into consideration the time, so I will quickly pass to our last but not least speaker, Dr. Mehmet Ugur Ekinci from SETA, Ankara, Turkey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I would like to express how delighted I am to be here, first time in Romania and in Timișoara. So I'd like to thank the organizers for organizing this event and inviting me. So as being the only speaker from Turkey, I'm going to offer a perspective from Turkey regarding the implications of the war on the international security or international system in general and in the security of the Western Balkans in particular. So what we saw with the outbreak of the war last year is, especially in the eyes of the Western world, it was clearly the end of the post-Cold War international system or world order. Well, as an observer from Turkey or as many observers from the Western Balkans and elsewhere have already discussed this at least a couple of decades ago, the transformation of world order, perhaps it wasn't taken much seriously. Well, as an alarming issue, it was discussed, but how to address that? Geopolitically, and especially as an actor, as an international actor, it wasn't taken as seriously by the European Union. And we saw the reactions by the European Union immediately after the outbreak of the war, and we see that the Union is transforming itself into a geopolitical actor. So this was an important mark, showing us that many assumptions lingering on since the 1990s have to be reversed or reviewed. First of all, we cannot assume a linearity towards global peace. So it is a reality that in different geographies, including Europe, conflicts may emerge. Including Western Balkans. I am not also expecting any war in the Western Balkans personally, but there is always risk for conflict, as we saw lately in Kosovo. Also, we cannot expect in the near future to see a smooth and a uniform world order, a simplistic type of a world order. So what kind of a world order we have to assume in approaching international affairs is the aggregation of regional orders with varying and fluctuating degrees of peace, stability, and internal coherence. Fluctuations in domestic systems, in democracy, in rule of law, or in regional cooperation in different parts of the world, including the Western Balkans, may fluctuate over time, which shouldn't make us extra optimistic or pessimistic about the future of that region. Also, stability of the world order must not mean to us a global harmony, a state of global harmony, but in the at least shorter term and medium term, we should be satisfied with the absence of conflicts amongst great powers. And as much as possible, regional conflicts must be prevented and avoided. And also we have to acknowledge that regional orders are not necessarily stable. So power contestation among global and regional actors will continue to exist, including in the Western Balkans. So the war is a final and a definite wake-up call, especially for the Western world, on the reality of international politics. So this is not an exceptional state, I have to underline. We are actually back to the reality. I find the liberal atmosphere of the late 1990s, maybe early 2000s, as an exceptional time. So today in the world, national interests matter, security is high on political agenda, maintaining security is a mix of defensive and offensive policies and methods, as we see in the hybrid tactics implemented by Russia. And the absence of a world government and the deficiencies of the UN system is still a salient permissive condition for unprovoked and illegal aggression by states. So these are actually quite worrying points. But at the same time, we should look at the positive side, brighter side of the picture. So more hopeful lessons or implications I could draw from the war in Ukraine. So what can they be? I will underline 2 points. One is, so far the war has shown us that fait accomplis do not work even for great powers, or they don't work easily. Well, we can't know the real intentions of Putin in the beginning or in the decision, but I interpret it as actually an act of deterrence towards the West by showing its strength by changing the regime through pressure and military means. And on paper, Russia was a far superior force with its troops and equipment and military technology. But in more than a year, we saw that the use of brute force proved to be largely unsuccessful. It is interesting to note for me that hybrid threats caused by Russia have caused far more worry and will cause far more worry than its use of military force. And this is partly because the information warfare and disinformation activities, cyber attacks, and so forth, create a mystical image of Russian power and what it can achieve by these tactics. But after the outbreak of the war, we see that the hype about Russia's power is diminishing because of what it has been doing in Ukraine, and with what it has failed to do and achieve. And also its resort to brute power, brute force, and its reckless declarations about expansionism has damaged Russia's image abroad, including in the Orthodox world. Even though, yes, we are talking about international anarchy, lack of global peace, states or any actors have to think twice before engaging in such an adventurism. So this is one of the lessons we should draw from the war. As long as, of course, these actors are rational actors. But what about irrationality? this is something that I want to also emphasize because I am affiliated to a think tank which mostly talks about agenda, political or security agenda. But I have also an academic background in history too. I'm a PhD of international relations, but I try to also see larger processes rather than focusing on actors. So what should be a bigger concern for us for a long-term peace and stability in and around Europe is the processes strengthening irrationality of both decision makers and masses. So this is a problem of the post-truth era, as it is called. I don't know how we are going to address this problem, but we see an increasing or decreasing quality of journalism and journalism ethics. Also in academia, we see a diminishing quality of ethics. Also in social media, we see a rise of conspiracy thinking, propagation of radical and revisionist narratives, deliberate obfuscation of reality, presentation of alternative and fake realities, and promotion or maybe suitability of relativism. Yes, it is easy to finger point some actors who might be promoting all this, but this is a process, ongoing process. So instead of focusing on actors like Russia or any other actors, or sometimes, I mean, not sometimes, quite often domestic actors use them too to stay in power. But this process should be tackled more rather than focusing on actors. Because actors can change and can be defeated, but this process will be there for a long time. Especially, I mean, I see reports written by NATO and European Union about how to tackle this problem. I see the recommendation of the promotion of critical thinking. That's actually important, yes, I agree. But at the same time, ironically, critical thinking is the foundation of criticizing every assumptions and also the establishment. So if you go too far in doing that, this will take you to anti-foundationalism and therefore towards radical ideas. Also, polarization is something which is quite related to these processes. So polarization, as we see from, for example, there was a very good report by RAND published 3 years ago about manipulations, especially by Russia, on US elections. And it talks about a theory, a long-standing psychological theory, saying that or claiming that it is a simplistic, very simplistic thinking for an individual to decide and act. It is not really rationality that drives us to making decisions. I mean, even for the most rational people, this is the case. So whoever wants to manipulate the masses have to, first of all, make them convinced that there is an ongoing conflict between two groups and they are part of one of these groups. And once a person is convinced of this, the following decisions and actions will be based on this polarization. In international affairs, regionally and globally, there will be contestations, rivalries, as I mentioned in the beginning. But if this leads us to polarize, if we see actors as enemies and 100% enemies and 100% friends, this will not help us to come to a dialogue and understanding, and this will actually lead to more manipulations. And finally, I am going to very shortly talk about some immediate priorities for maintaining peace and stability. So, first of all, of course, there should be prevention of further aggression in every part of the world, including the Western Balkans, and deterrence is the key, and I am content with the growing EU-NATO cooperation in that regard. Also, dialogue and diplomacy should be promoted for agreed solutions, and crisis should be alleviated. Western Balkans is a very prone region for actual disasters, So as we saw from the earthquake in my country happened this year, sometimes global geopolitics, which seem to be the most important security matter, can be relegated to a secondary position. I have other things to say, but my time is up. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ekinci, and sorry for the time constraints. It somehow affects more the last speakers in the panel. I think Mrs. Secretary of State would like to add something from what
very briefly. So just to continue on the line and of the first panel and what Mr. Orban said in relation with complementarity of NATO and EU in the Western Balkans, I would like to say that what happens in the Western Balkans really demonstrates the value and importance of NATO and EU working together. And I think in the past year, after 24th of February, we have learned together that apart from our values, it's important to work together on the ground. KFOR troops, because I had mentioned, we have all mentioned the recent escalations in northern Kosovo. KFOR troops are supporting and facilitating diplomatic efforts of the European Union. And I offered also, and of course NATO, as I said, reinforced with 700 extra forces from operational reserve, mainly Turkish forces. And I also offered the example of EUFOR Althea, and also EU-NATO cooperation, very, very much important. And I do think that one of the most important takeaway of this debate, and I think at the end of the day we will all agree, is not to register setbacks from what we have already achieved. We underwent together a long path, 20 years, 10 years back. So we have not to register setbacks. The other thing I would like to say is I do not agree to refer to Russian new generation warfare employed in Ukraine. I do think that we overestimated Russia's capabilities. Again, here we are 1.5 years after 24th of February, and Ukraine, the brave Ukraine, is resisting, of course, with the help of the international community. But what I think, what we are thinking is we are seeing a mostly conventional, brutal military force employed in Ukraine, of course, doubled by, by information warfare. I totally agree. And, other technological breakthroughs, including satellite images, smartphones, social media, propaganda, and so on. But what I really think is it's not really the case to refer to a new Russian new generation warfare employed in Ukraine, since this is mostly conventional. But I totally agree that we are in the midst of a radical shift in terms of how we are thinking about new generation warfares, generally speaking. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. State Secretary. We have a short session of Q&A. If you are very keen on addressing questions to the panel, this is the time. Yes, please.
Good morning. Okay. I hope you can hear me. I have a question for Mr. Ekinci from Turkey, because his brief speech was amazing. I mean, very interesting from my point of view. Taking into account the fact that we have already a result in Turkey in terms of elections, I want to ask you if you can give us your insights in terms of Turkey's policy, external policies from now on. I mean, when I'm speaking here about this, I'm referring to the fact that you were a major player in the Balkans, even if you were not mentioned so often in those discussions, but you're a power broker in the Middle East and also Balkans. You mediated the only kind of truce between Ukraine and Russia, which allowed some, which resolved some food crisis, for instance. I don't want to mention all. So what are your insights in terms of Turkey's external policies, in terms of involvement in the regional initiatives with Poland and Romania? Maybe you know something about that. Southeast European defense ministers meetings, and speaking about, in general terms, about what do you foresee for the next 5 years in terms of Turkish policy, external policy? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I was expecting such a question, so thank you for that. But it's a very long discussion, so I want to keep it really short. I have been writing about Turkey's policy in the Western Balkans for about 10 years. What I can say as a continuity, which is coming actually from the immediate aftermath of the Cold War, is the maintenance of regional security and stability for Turkey. So whenever there is a war, it prompts Turkey to side with one of the belligerents. So it reduces Turkey's engagements as a regional power with everyone. But whenever there is a peace, so this is something really favorable for Turkey for the last 2 decades, that peace prevailed in the region, so that Turkey could engage with every actor, to cooperate. But having said that, it is really surprising for me to read whenever there is a report published about hybrid threats in the Balkans, Turkey's names is always mentioned with Russia and China as a possible menace to regional security and stability. Of course, I mean, how you define hybrid threat, this depends on how you define a hybrid threat. But if you define it as threat to peace and stability, I don't think this is fair. About the future policy of Turkey regarding Western Balkans, I am not expecting any change. Turkey will be encouraging actors to cooperate, different actors. They have different perspectives, different preferences, different maybe goals in the region, but dialogue is something which is inevitable. So Turkey is trying to open grounds for that through trilaterals and through bringing different actors together. Regarding the conflict between Ukraine and the war between Ukraine and Russia, Turkey's position is a bit more different from many of its allies. So Turkey has also special relations with Russia, and also it developed special relations with Ukraine, while condemning Russian aggression, while not recognizing any of the gains Russia had since 2014, Turkey keeps trading with Russia. Turkey's policy is compartmentalizing problems. So, as I said, we are in a chaotic state of international affairs. So we cannot just categorize states. These are the friends, these are enemies. It is too big of a simplification. You can do it, maybe you are in the Western Europe. But for Turkey, this will be too much luxury. So in that regard, Turkey's priority will be achievement of armistice, some kind of cessation of hostilities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have time for another question, if is the case, from the audience. I dare then to raise my reserve prepared one, which is a simple one. It's not a hard question, but I think it's for all the members of the panels. It sounds like that. Russia-Ukraine war has shown a lot until now, but this is for sure not only the top of an iceberg. Other mind-blowing features are about to be revealed on the battlefield in the near future, and also in the political and security environment as a whole as well. Are we prepared for the things to come? And this is first question, and a follow-on is how bad or how hard will affect the Balkans' potential future developments in the conflict in Ukraine? Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Da, nu sunt chiar așa de simple întrebările, mai ales că necesită foarte multă viziune. Am o opinie personală și o susțin. Ucraina trebuie să câștige războiul. Deci, și de aici tot ceea ce derivă privind evoluția situației de securitate și rolul Rusiei în viitor. Nu există altă soluție. Pentru că înfrângerea Ucrainei înseamnă înfrângerea valorilor democratice ale NATO și Uniunii Europene. Nu există formulă. Da, trebuie să ne gândim totuși, pe de altă parte, cum vom angaja Rusia, pentru că nu vă putem ignora, în noul construct sau arhitectură de securitate. În ceea ce privește implicațiile războiului din Ucraina, sunt multiple și am văzut, dar ce s-a demonstrat, în primul rând, la summitul NATO de la Madrid, și aici trebuie să lucrăm foarte mult, este unitate, coeziune, coerență. Acest lucru obținut la summitul NATO de la Madrid este extrem de important și a arătat Rusiei exact contraponderea la acțiunile sale hibride. Va trebui cu orice preț în cadrul NATO, dar și a Uniunii Europene, să arătăm aceeași solidaritate și coeziune. În caz contrar, deși au apărut și sunt voci care încearcă să fisureze această, va trebui să lucrăm împreună pentru a le stopa.
Yeah, you can very short, if you want to comment very shortly.
Maybe just a sentence. I think the Russia invasion of Ukraine affected the Balkans in a way that it showed where we are at the moment, and this is, I think, watershed moment for the Balkans. I think it showed that we have to work much more there, and all the fragilities that exist in the Balkans can be, or Russia can take advantage of that and basically weaponize it to its own benefits. So I think, as I said previously, we have to close the story in the Balkans, and then we will be safe from any harm from something that is called sometimes European underbelly, and that is definitely the Balkans. Thank you.
Thank you so much. No time for my brilliant conclusions here, but please join me in the providing a warm round of applause for the panelists and to thank them for the excellent performance. The next panel. I would like to invite Ileana on the stage for preparing the next panel. Thank you. Professor, it's a pleasure to see you again.
Rotaru, and it is my pleasure to have the introduction of the last panel before the lunch break. Dobar dan. Today we are having a panel, of course, dedicated to the, let me say, the red line of this meeting, of this conference of today. That it means the tackling the issue of disinformation. So I will introduce my panelists. I will start with Roberta Raducu, who she is a teaching assistant at National University of Political Science and Public Administration in Bucharest. And also she is an expert of New Strategy Center. She graduated soon her PhD in historical use of devices, of media devices. And she has also been a volunteer in the first days of the war in Ukraine in an university dorm, and that offered the Ukrainian refugee a shelter in those weeks after the war broke. Zdrejan Hercigonia, our panelist here from Republic of Serbia, is a senior researcher and program manager at the Belgrade Center for Security Policy. He completed his undergraduate and master studies in international security at the Faculty of Political Sciences in University of Belgrade. And his previous work experience was mainly in civil society dealing with the issues of human and regional security. He was also a great experience as a project manager at the Forum GFD and a researcher at the Center for Comparative Conflict Studies. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will listen now presentation, some highlights of a case study that comparatively analyzed the narratives in 4 countries in the Balkans. That means Republic of Serbia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, countries which are not yet NATO members, and also from Romania and Bulgaria, who, of course, you know already that they are NATO members. We'll see actually how the Russian invasion of Ukraine was perceived and have had the impact on media, and which are the narratives that were highlighted actually in this hybrid and hybrid war. So again, communication process has become a weapon in campaigns and have a long-term used of hybrid tactics. Let's see their opinion, and we'll have a small discussion afterwards. The floor is yours, Roberta and Zdrejan.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rotaru, and I would like to thank the New Strategy Center for inviting me, and also my colleague that was speaking on the previous panel, Igor from Belgrade Center for Security Policy. I would just like briefly to start with what was our baseline for this study and for this research that we conducted. As we could hear maybe in previous panels, after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, there were some talks and some, let's say, analyses, primarily in the European Union and also in some NATO member states, that a potential conflict is possible in the Western Balkans. And however, we also have as a baseline some 3, let's say, important things that I would like to underline before we continue. First of all, there is no Russian military presence in the Balkans at this moment at all. That is sometimes is often forgotten. Economic ties between Russia and the Balkan countries, and also including Romania and Bulgaria, are much lower, incomparably lower than economic ties, economic trade between these countries and the European Union. And thirdly, maybe the most, let's say, even a prejudice, that is the complete energy dependence on Russia in the Balkans, which is also not true, as we can see, as we could see and we have seen in the last previous month, that there is a lot of energy diversification in all our countries. So we focus on what we believed is the main Russian tool, let's say, in the Balkans, in Romania, Bulgaria, Serbia, and Bosnia and Herzegovina specifically, that they are using in order to win the war in Ukraine, as it is proclaimed by the Kremlin itself that there is their goal, and that is informational warfare. And we started by a very, let's say, interesting text that was allegedly written by Valery Gerasimov, who is currently General Chief of Staff of Armed Forces or Russian Federation, who wrote 10 years ago in 2013 that the very means of war has changed, so that the war doesn't anymore mean military warfare or the use of lethal weapons or so on. No, it is also about informational warfare, and by informational warfare against the targets, you are actually trying to contain the targets and its possibilities to fight back. And what my colleague Roberta and I, what we did is actually that we were focusing on this informational warfare through analyzing the narratives that Russia is pushing as part of its propaganda in the 4 countries that we analyze, which is Romania and Bulgaria as EU and NATO member states, and Serbia and Bosnia and Herzegovina as non-EU member states and non-NATO member states. And we can see, and we will show after that, that Russia, what is trying to do, and we are going to present our findings, is actually that Russia is trying to find the weaknesses in every society that is being targeted, and to deepen these divisions, let's say, speaking about ethnic divisions or any other divisions, in order to destabilize these countries and further achieve their strategic goal, in this concrete example, in war in Ukraine. Now I would ask Roberta to continue with the methods that Russia uses.
Thank you so much. Hello. I think I should speak a bit further from the mic. Okay, you can move the presentation further. Okay, next one. Okay, so for analyzing, for the analysis of the concepts, we use the concepts of framing, echo chambers, gaslighting, and of course, fake news. We observe that these are tools that have been instrumentalized in this warfare that we are living, actually, because as my colleague said, even though we don't have a physical war happening, we still have an informational war happening. And these are tactics that are usually utilized by media unknowingly most of the times, because I will start by explaining what framing is. Framing means to put something in a frame, to present an information, sometimes knowing, other times not knowing what that frame means. And most of the times we observed in the articles that we analyzed that the frame is usually anti-European and anti-NATO. In very few of the cases, the framing is pro-Russian, and this, I think it's really important to mention that never happens in Romania, for example, but it happens in the other 3 countries that we analyzed. And this framing leads usually to having echo chambers. So you're going to consume the information, but you're going to consume the information from the same sources without even realizing that you're not living the bubble and that you are staying in a bubble. And that bubble feeds you continuously the same kind of information. And you cannot escape unless you want to escape, unless you try to change the kind of information that comes towards you. What happens in these echo chambers, usually fed by from Russia propaganda, is that we are gaslighted. Gaslighting in psychology means that the victim doesn't seem to understand what happens to itself and has its reality so distorted that it doesn't believe its own senses. What happens with this kind of gaslighting, with societal gaslighting, is that people don't see evidence that is placed right in front of them. So the information that they received is mutilating literally the reality that we live in. I was having a conversation with an Uber driver last night when returning from the city that told me something like, okay, so it's the Americans that pushed us to the war. Just to have that kind of information from a human being that is living in the same universe that we are living means that this kind of propaganda actually works. And Ukrainians are not actually believed that this war was unprovoked, which is concerning, if you ask me. What's happening with this gaslighting and how this gaslighting works is due to fake news and disinformation and misinformation and malinformation. So everything related to the fake news is fed into this bubble that gaslighted the public because we are framed to be in this kind of environment. Next slide, please. Why is Russia doing this? This is what we think that's happening. For proper conquering of Ukraine, Russian forces also have to destabilize the countries supporting Ukrainian efforts to protect their own country. So most likely this entire frame that we are living in, this entire media feed with Russian propaganda is actually trying to make us distort from our reality. Next slide, please. After the brainstorming sessions that we had, we established this as being the narratives that are fed into our lives daily. We go from conspiracy theories that link to man-made earthquakes, viruses as bioweapons, secret biolabs that have been portrayed as the reason why Russia had to go in Ukraine and save the Ukrainians and save the whole world from those maleficent secret biolabs, the Nazis in the West, and the world occult that is trying to conquer and lead the way against the citizens, are just a few of the narratives that we established as being, they are not properly linked to Russia, but they are fed into our realities to make us distort and fall apart from the center and have internal wars, literally. We also have the traditional Orthodox families and the anti-LGBT feelings. We also have the portrayals of power, uninvolved and unfit leaders, democracy as a weakness, the inability to work with essential natural resources, and also a lot of historical links. Now I would like to go through a few of these narratives with my colleague Serjan, and to literally show you how those narratives are feeding in all the 4 countries that we analyzed in very similar ways.
Thank you. So I will just explain also what are the channels that Russia uses for spreading these narratives that we identify that are present in almost every country. Some of these narratives are not. For example, pan-Slavism is not so spread in Romania, right? But it is very much so in Bulgaria, in Serbia, and in Bosnia and Herzegovina, for example. But, for example, those are social media networks, Facebook, Twitter, and so on, but also newspapers and some social actors that are financially backed by Russia, that we identified that were backed by Russia, and those actors, social or political, might be all or political parties, or, for example, some non-governmental organizations, for example, in Serbia in particularly, and in Republika Srpska, the Bosnian Serb entity of Bosnia. And for example, these narratives that are being portrayed as that are common to all the countries, such as that the devastating earthquake in Turkey this February that killed dozens of thousands of people was actually man-made, and that was actually a seismological weapon used by United States to punish Turkey for their collaboration with Russia is present in all 4 countries that we analyzed, is present as part of this, mainly Facebook or other social media accounts that are Russia-backed. But what is maybe very more importantly, let's say, out of all these narratives is portraying democracy as a weakness. And that is something that is, maybe Roberta can later on explain a little bit much what is it like in Romania, but in Bosnia and Herzegovina, in Bulgaria and Serbia, democracy is perceived as something that is completely contrary to the human nature, because every society needs a strong leader, usually a male or a man. Very something similarly to the narrative that is very much omnipresent in Russia, I would say, with Putin in the Kremlin at this moment. And why I'm saying that this narrative is maybe one of the most, let's say, negatively one, because democracy is a very broad term. It's not just going to election and vote, but as a consequence, Russia's portraying of democracy as being a weak and even sick way of society organization manifests itself in really in deterioration of human rights, of rule of law, which is particularly important for the Western Balkan countries that are not still member of the European Union, where we are still facing very much these problems. And that is where we are seeing, now I'm speaking about Western Balkan countries, we are seeing that this transformative power of the EU is lower comparing, let's say, maybe 5 or 10 years ago, because of this Russia's, let's say, offensive on informational warfare that that is spreading throughout the Western Balkans. But maybe if Roberta wants something to add, I would just like to say that although, because we mentioned Gerasimov doctrine in the very beginning, in the end, he mentions that, he never mentions propaganda in his text, but he mentions this informational warfare in order, as a pretext for military invasion, let's say. We really believe that these things will not happen. We heard in the previous panels, we cannot speak about that in Romania or Bulgaria simply because these 2 countries are NATO members. Also in the Western Balkans it's not possible because of Althea mission in Bosnia and Herzegovina, KFOR in Kosovo, and other countries that are, let's say, militarily overlaid by the Western powers. So, yes, that's, I would like to say that the ultimate goal, let's say, of Russia in the end is to create, through this informational warfare, a chaos in people's minds where they cannot distinguish anymore what is right, what is wrong, what is good, what is bad, and so on.
Thank you. Next slide, please. Okay, so to conclude overall, these are some of the ideas that Serjan already mentioned, that somehow Russia understood that the democratic countries really feed their power from their people, and what is in the people's minds is actually in the people's reality. So with this informational warfare, people tend to deflect their attention from the real war, and they engage emotionally so strong with pointless ideological wars within society. The ideological wars within society are sometimes wars that are bared like, we miss communism. For example, in Romania, this emotion about communism is that they sometimes miss it. It was better in those times than it is today, without the power to understand that these are completely two separate things. In communism, you didn't have the freedom. Maybe you missed the communism thinking of some of those small things, but you don't remember that you missed your freedom. So these are really emotionally pointless wars, if you ask me. This also leads to emotional drainage, and this managed to desensitize people to the real war outside of our borders, meaning that this leads to war fatigue. Literally, this leads to war fatigue, and they don't have the power anymore to engage emotionally in that real war, and they engage emotionally in pointless but close to their homes war. They don't understand this. There is a war for freedom, and that is a real war where people really lose their lives, and people lose close family. They don't understand that anymore because they are in these pointless ideological wars within their societies. If you'd like to move the slide again, please. This is the last one, I promise. As Serjan also mentioned, we see only non-military operations aiming to create this informational chaos. And where this leads, we have a distrust in the government, which leads to distrust in the European Union, which leads to distrust in NATO. Everything makes people fight and contest every single governmental decision out there, which can only happen in democratic countries. You won't see this in other type of countries. This usually leads to governmental instability and delays the process, and also leads to financial instability, which goes to overall danger, and people feel so they don't feel complete, they don't feel well about their governments, and this favors usually Russia in those conflicts, and also leads to the war fatigue. Overall, this leads to war fatigue. And this is how Russia is winning if we are not going to do something soon. Thank you.
Thank you, both of you, for your presentation of very thrilled research. Before we will conclude our panel, I would like to give the floor to you if there are any questions or remarks or observation about the study the two authors presented, please. 1 minute then before ending this panel. I would like to ask both of you, because you look to the narratives, and the entire first part of the session today was always taking into the consideration the fact of cyber war, hybrid war, alternative tactics, and so on. You have mentioned in your study about some marketing tactics, because in promoting and advertising you use this kind of tactics. And I would like to say how, and I would like to ask you, how are those guerrilla approaches of the Russian hybrid narratives can be fighted, can be counter-reacted into the collective minds or into the perspective of symbols, of significance, and who can be the actors to promote this kind of resilience?
Okay, so first of all, I think it's really important to establish from the beginning that to occupy the people's minds, you have to communicate. And this is something that we're missing. And because our governments and our police and our officers and our army is communicating so little and so timidly, I'd say, it's like you leave a lot of space for the rest of communication to happen. You leave a lot of space for these misinformations to happen because you don't feed the space with different kind of information. I think it's essential to communicate more. I think it's essential to be out there more, and we literally drain in what happens inside the institutions, and the political faces that can have a word and they really fight for our freedom should be out there more and feed the population more with pure information, with true information. Because otherwise, non-communication is also communication, and this leaves a lot of space for ideological and pro-Russian tactics and anti-European tactics and anti-NATO tactics to be more closely to people's minds.
To be more visible. Zhenya, what are the differences, or let's say the if you want, the common narratives that are most highlighted in the Serbian and Bosnia-Herzegovina space, and also for Bulgaria, in your point of view, and which should be considered by you the most threatened to the public opinion and attitudes towards EU and NATO? And I mean this for two countries that are still in the process of being integrated, and from Bulgaria also.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, that is an important question because it tackles one of the Russia's strategies in the region, which does not include Romania in this sense, which is the so-called brotherhood of the Slavic nations and Slavic and Orthodox nations, which means Bulgaria, Serbia, and also very significant part of Bosnia and Herzegovina, Republika Srpska, which is a Bosnian Serb entity. And Russia plays a big role in that. For example, a Serbian Orthodox Church, which is a very powerful actor in both Serbia and in Bosnia and Herzegovina, is how to say, is financed by Russia, and it's spreading Russian narratives amongst societies, and in Kosovo as well. And we spoke a lot during our previous panels about how Russia actually uses, for example, escalations and violence in North Kosovo and so on. I personally believe it is in particularly dangerous, and I have to say, in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and that is why it is important. And in Bosnia and Herzegovina, we are seeing directly the consequences of these narratives, because this country is already divided, and with the war in Ukraine, this division became even more deeper. And I would just just to give an example, in Republika Srpska, the Bosnian Serb entity, the public media and the newspapers and so on are calling the war in Ukraine special military operation, you know. And even 2 weeks ago, the president of Republika Srpska was in Moscow receiving a award from Putin and so on. And in Bosnia and Herzegovina, we are seeing a lot, and and sorry for now not answering to your question, but I would just really like to use this opportunity just to pay attention to that the Bosnia and Herzegovina is probably the most vulnerable country of 4 of these in this concrete context.
Thank you very much for your answers. If there are any other questions from the public, please. Okay, then I would like again to thank you, the 2 panelists, Roberta Raducu and Zrejan Hercigonia, for their wonderful insight of their studies. And you have the study in your bags from the organizers. Before I conclude the first session of today's conference, thank you very much for attending and being with us. Before going to lunch, please, in the corner, in my right corner here, there are book signatures of the author Mirko Mosetti for your, if you want to have a signed book after lunch. Yes. Okay. Thank you and have a wonderful day.